Uh-oh, there it goes. All right, good morning, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Clerk, can you please take the roll call?
Maybe. Oh, it's on. Excellent. Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Carbasi.
Present.
Thank you. Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Vice President Maxwell.
Present.
And Council President Esparza. Thank you.
Hey, Don.
I think our lights are not lighting up on our microphones there.
Yeah, there's some malfunctioning on the microphones.
Recent hardware upgrade to the chamber audio.
All right, so we've taken the roll. Next, we'll have, actually, do we have an invocation this morning? Is there anybody slated or scheduled? There's no one on the agenda. We'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And Councilmember Soria, if you would please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we're going to move on to the approval of the agenda. We do have two members on Zoom this morning, so we'll have every vote we take be taken via roll call. So, Clerk, we'll start off with you. Are there any changes or items removed from the agenda?
Yes. A couple of quick announcements. We do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators through our Zoom interface, and we also have Spanish interpreters in-house, and they will announce their services for the chambers real quick.
Hola, muy buenos días a todos y bienvenidos. Esta junta se llevará a cabo en el lenguaje de inglés, pero tenemos interpretación simultánea en el lenguaje de español disponible en persona. Si gusta escuchar la junta en español, por favor encuéntreme atrás del cuarto hacia la izquierda para poder entregarle un dispositivo. De igual manera, si gusta participar en la porción de comentario público, hágalo con libertad, ya que también habrá interpretación disponible. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And we do have some changes to the agenda. Proclamation ID 221184, that's the proclamation for National Mental Illness Awareness Week. It was renamed to the Mental Illness Awareness Week by Councilmember Soria. We have consent calendar item 1I, that is file ID 221535, regarding permanent local housing allocation program. The following changes were made to the staff report. It should read, in order to receive the city's annual PLHA allocation, the city is required to submit a streamlined application for the 2022 PLHA formula allocation no later than November 30th, 2022. Consent calendar item 1P, that is file ID 221548, regarding a resolution of intention to establish a Community Facilities District 18 Public Safety Services. There is a correction to the agenda title. The public hearing referenced in the agenda should be changed from Thursday, November 3rd, 2022 to Thursday, November 17, 2022. A supplemental staff report and updated exhibit have been distributed. Consent calendar item 1Q, that is ID 221511, regarding the resolution of intention to annex final tract map 6325. The project cross streets are located in Council District 7, not Council District 4 as noted on the agenda title. For the 10 o'clock a.m. number 1, that is ID 221595, regarding the Development Code text amendment regarding to mixed use development. The bill for this item was introduced during the September 29th, 2022 council meeting and is Bill B27. The bill/ordinance being adopted today is subject to mayoral veto. Then we have the 10 o'clock a.m. item number 3, that is ID 221210, regarding the plan amendment number P201665 and related zone application and environmental assessment. An item to be read into the record for staff amendment exhibit Y, which is the plan amendment resolution. Exhibit A to the resolution amending the general plan and the Southwest Fresno specific plan is revised to have the following language added. Plan and zone employment areas in Southwest Fresno for non-industrial businesses, all previously designated light industrial, heavy industrial, business park, and regional business park land uses should be planned and zoned for office except for the 92-acre area bounded by Vine Avenue on the north, State Route 41 on the east, Elm Avenue on the west, and East Chester, East Sampson Avenue alignment on the south, in order to allow the continuation of legally established and non-polluting uses established by and operating as of February 18, 2021. All right, on to the fun stuff. The following items were moved to the contested consent for further discussion. Consent calendar item 1C, that is ID 221437, regarding an agreement with Moss Adams LLP for consultant services. That was moved by Councilmember Arias. Consent calendar item 1K, that is ID 221535, regarding homeless service agreements under the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program, HHAP. That was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Consent calendar item 1R, that is ID 221513, regarding the Fresno Street Corridor Improvement Project. That was moved to the contested consent calendar by Councilmember Arias. That was 1R, 221513. And the following items were moved from...
Clerk,
Yes,
if
sir.
I may, I'm withdrawing my contested consent from 1K and 1R, as both of those questions have been answered this morning.
Thank you very much. Okay, 1K and 1R will remain on the consent calendar. K and R. Perfect.
Actually, sorry, just 1K. 1R remains pulled.
So 1R is moving to the contested consent. Thank you. 1R is going to contested. To contested. All right. The following items were moved from the agenda and tabled to the October 20th, 2022 regular meeting. That is our next regularly scheduled meeting. Proclamation ID 22256. That is the proclamation regarding October Breast Cancer Awareness Month. That was moved to the next agenda by Councilmember Soria. We have consent calendar item 1G, that is ID 221569, the resolution authorizing acceptance of the staffing for adequate fires and emergency responses, the SAFER grant. It was removed from the agenda by the administration for the next meeting. Consent calendar item 1Y, that is 221574, the resolution adopting a program to incentivize job creation along certain corridors. That was removed from the agenda by the administration and will be on the next agenda, October 20th. And finally, the following items were removed from the agenda with no specific return date. First off, the 5:00 p.m. item, that is ID 221243, the hearing regarding the West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan and Final Environmental Impact Report and related actions. It was removed from the agenda by staff with no specific return date. Then we have closed session item 5D, as in dog, that is ID 221597. That is the potential litigation, council considering whether to initiate litigation on one potential case. That was removed from the agenda by Vice President Maxwell with no specific return date. And also closed session item 5E, that is ID 221568, regarding potential and existing litigation, Esparza versus City of Fresno and People versus Esparza. That was removed from the agenda by Vice President Maxwell with no specific return date. And with that, I have no other changes.
City Clerk, point of order, President. City Clerk, just the correction, item 1Y was actually continued by myself, as this was sponsored by myself, not the administration.
Thank you very much for that clarification.
Thank you.
All right. Do any other members have changes to the agenda? I'll go in order. Councilmember Soria.
Yes, I'd like to table 1P for the next meeting, as I haven't had a chance to meet with folks on this issue.
All right. So tabling 1P.
Yes.
Is that your only change?
Nothing.
For now, yes, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Carbasi, any changes?
Thank you, Mr. President. No changes.
All right. Councilmember Arias.
No changes.
Councilmember Chavez.
No changes.
Councilmember Redfield? Vice President? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and table item 1C as in cat.
The 1C is contested. Were you wanting to remove it?
I was removing it, yes. From contested to tabled.
Council President, for no return date, this was an RFP, and so if you don't intend to return it, then I think we're going to have to reject, go back and cancel the RFP.
We can return it. We can return it at the next meeting.
The next meeting, okay.
Yeah,
Got it.
All right, any additional changes? Going once, going twice? Or any items you want to pull for contested? We can do that now or later. Okay, all right. Nice and easy.
The remainder of the agenda.
All right, I'll second that. We have a motion, a second to approve the balance of the agenda. Clerk, please take a roll call.
Motion by Soria, second by Council President Esparza to approve the agenda. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
All right, let's move on to the fun part of our meeting. We're going to go into the ceremonial presentations. The first presentation we have is a proclamation for National Mental Illness Awareness Week. That's sponsored by Councilmember Soria.
So good morning, everyone. I'd like to call Michelle, if you want to join me here. So today I have an honor to present this proclamation to highlight the importance of mental health awareness, mental health services in our community. I do have Dr. Michelle Gonzalez here, who's joining us, who has been a passionate advocate for mental health reform. I do want to personally commend her work by bringing awareness to mental health and the problem that we see every year here in our community, especially taking down those barriers of stigma that exist in the community. We know that during COVID, we saw an increase in mental health issues, not just with adults, from those seniors that couldn't go and socialize with communities, but our young babies and our adolescents. And so it is critical that as a community that we talk about mental health as a health issue, so that we break those stigma that exist with not getting the services that we need. Many of those with mental health illness continue with their lives without seeking treatment here in our community. And through advocacy, we want to fight this stigma around mental health and increase the accessibility of mental health reform. Today, I want to say that I'm presenting this proclamation not only to bring awareness to this issue that continues to plague our communities, and not just here in Fresno, I think throughout our country. But I did also want to present it in honor of Dr. Michelle's son, Dejan Reed, who tragically passed too young at only 24 years old. So just want to thank you for taking the plight and making sure that we break the stigma and that families know that there are resources out there to combat what mental health illness can cause. And so before the proclamation gets read, I did want to give you an opportunity to share a few words about your son and why this is so important to you.
Thank you, Councilmember Soria. I really appreciate what you're doing so much. I want to thank also the mayor and the other council members here and everyone that's present. My son Dejan was full of life, greatest kid you'd ever want to have, never gave me an ounce of trouble. By the time he was 15, he started having depression and anxiety, By the time he was 18, he was hearing voices and seeing things that weren't there. He went into deep depression. I tried to get him services, and he would cycle in and out of the hospitals. They would so-called stabilize him, and then they would release him usually within the same night. Sometimes at 12, 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, just let him out. Didn't matter if he had somebody to pick him up or not. As an adult, there was not as much I could do because my hands were tied. He was an adult. And basically what ended up happening was he continued to decompensate. He was running out in the street without clothes on. I was calling the police department. They were coming over. I had called so many times. They said, you know, I had the chief, one of the chiefs call me. I don't know, it was a sergeant or somebody. He says, what's going on here? I have all these calls here. And I said, I just need my son hospitalized. They keep letting him out. They put him in the hospital for 2 months on a temporary conservatorship. And basically, the judge let him out because she said he presented well in court. And the psychiatrist wanted to keep him for a year. Less than a year after that, he was killed. So I just want to bring awareness to the need to reform the LPS law. It is imperative that, especially for our homeless population, that there is many people out there with severe mental illness. They're a danger to themselves, a danger to others. The questions are you going to hurt yourself? Are you going to hurt somebody else? Do you have food and clothing and shelter? And they'll say yes, because they don't want to go to the hospital. That keeps them out of the hospital. If they say yes to that question, there's nothing that officers can do. It's not the police department's fault. It's the laws. They're flawed. Thank you for listening. Thank you for coming. And I thank you, Councilmember Suri. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing that and the critical need. And so I thank my council members and the mayor for adding themselves to the proclamation as we highlight the need for reform and also just highlight the stories of the real impact that occurs here in our community when mental health, when we see that these mental health barriers exist. So with that, clerk, if you could read the proclamation for the record.
Whereas mental health is a part of overall health that often goes untreated due to the stigma surrounding it. It is important to maintain mental health and learn the symptoms of mental illness to get help when it is needed. And whereas approximately 1/2 of chronic mental illness begins by the age of 14 and 3/4 by the age of 24, 90% of people who die by suicide have an underlying mental illness, with suicide being the second leading cause of death among young adults. And whereas long delays, sometimes decades, often occurs between the time symptoms first appear and individuals getting help. Early identification and treatment can make a difference in successful management of mental illness and recovery. And whereas every person and community can make a difference in helping end the stigma that surrounds mental illness and discourages people from getting help. And whereas the city of Fresno honors the life and memory of Dejan Reed, who tragically passed at the age of 24 after his battle with mental illness. And whereas Dejan's memory will live on through his mother, Dr. Michelle Gonzalez Reed, who is fighting for mental health reform. Through her advocacy, she is bringing awareness to the struggles of mental illness and for better education about mental health. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Fresno Mayor and City Council, in honor of Dejan Reed's life and memory, hereby proclaim October 2nd through October 8th to be Mental Illness Awareness Week in the City of Fresno.
Okay, our next proclamation is going to be a proclamation to celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day. That's going to be sponsored by myself, Council President Esparza. If I could ask our guests to join me up front as well. All right, good morning. Welcome to everybody. We have a packed house here at City Hall this morning. Glad you could all join us for this. Again, the funnest part of our meeting is getting to present these proclamations. Today, we're celebrating Indigenous Peoples Day for a second time this week because the actual Indigenous Peoples Day was Monday. And even though this is the third time we presented this proclamation here at City Hall, Monday was the second time we got to celebrate in person right outside these doors here with an in-person celebration that included many members of our Indigenous community, artists, food. It was great, fantastic. We were out there for about an hour and a half or so before it got too warm. And so today really is more of the formality, because we have had the celebration, but today's a formality. We did want to present the proclamation here at the meeting and have it very much entered into the record. So again, I was proud to sponsor the first Indigenous Peoples Day proclamation several years ago, back in 2020. And I do want to recognize Mr. Bryce Herrera here, who has been sort of the driving force behind that these last several years, and helping us organize folks to have the celebration. So even though my name is on the proclamations and the council's names on the proclamations, it's really Bryce, who is of Mexican Indigenous descent himself, as well as Apache, who's been the driving force behind it. And thank you all the folks who joined us on Monday for a terrific celebration in honor of 2022 Indigenous Peoples Day. So we are going to present the proclamation here this morning, but I did want to give an opportunity to you, Bryce, and perhaps Dr. Hansen and others to say a few words.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Bryce, and before I talk, I want to make sure that I'm respectful to our tribal elder here from the North Fork Mono tribe up in North Fork, California. Ron Good.
Manahu, thank you for inviting us down here. Thank you for thinking about us and changing the recognition a little bit. It's very interesting that we still have a number of agencies that are still celebrating Columbus Day, but as native people, and we've come a long road. So 500 some years ago we were Indians, and then in 1776 we actually became Native Americans, and in 1924 we became American Indians. And now here we are as Indigenous people again. So kind of made our round trip, Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Kenneth Hansen. I'm a professor of political science and American Indian Studies at Fresno State, and I'm a pre-ICWA adoptee. ICWA is the Indian Child Welfare Act, and I have Shawnee, Salagi, and Lakota heritage as far as I know. I'd like to thank Council President Esparza, Vice President Maxwell, and the rest of the council for 3 years of proclamations. Also my councilman, Gary Bredefeld, for representing us. And I'm always pleased to see my former students do well here. Todd Sturmer, the city clerk, who's got a really tough job. You're earning your money today, man, reading all that stuff. And also council member Luis Chavez, who may or may not have passed my class. If we in the American Indian Studies program or the Political Science Department or the MPA program can ever do anything for the council, please don't hesitate to ask. I would also like to remind everyone that there are at least 40,000 Native American people in the Fresno metro area, and we're organized and we vote, just FYI. So again, thank you all very much. We really appreciated your hospitality on Monday, and we're very grateful for the proclamations.
Yeah, I'd like to second that as well. Dr. Hansen, Ron Good, thank you for coming down and being a part of today's celebration. This is the first time that this has happened in person in 3 years, and we're really grateful to everyone that's played a part, everyone who's here, Council Vice President, Councilmember Arias, Soria, Councilmember Redfield, and everyone, Councilmember Chavez and Carbasi. This is a unanimous proclamation, and so that really represents this cause extraordinarily well. And I think it's a reflection of the direction that we're going as a city, as a country. We reflected these past 3 years on where we've been and where we are today, and having the support of the council president and this body of government shows that there is dedication and support here in the city of Fresno. And I know that means a lot to the local tribal organizations who we've worked with over these years, and we want to continue to have this event celebrated here in Fresno. So thank you so much, Council President. Yeah. I'd like to also acknowledge that the city of Fresno sits on the ancestral and traditional lands of the Yokut and Mono people, and also in the greater Central Valley region, in the Yosemite Valley, the Miwok are native to that area as well. So thank you all.
Thank you, Bryce, for those words and for that land acknowledgement. And again, we're happy to declare October 10th, even though today is the 13th, happy to declare October 10th Indigenous Peoples Day here in the city of Fresno. Clerk, if you could please read the proclamation.
Certainly. Whereas this year marks the 45th anniversary of the 1977 UN Conference on Indians in the Americas and the 30th anniversary of the Columbus Quincentenary. Viewed together, these events consequently inspired the first Indigenous Peoples Day celebration and powwow in Berkeley, California in 1992. In keeping with established traditions, the city of Fresno takes immense pride in honoring the Yukuts, Mono, and Miwok peoples who have protected and stewarded the fertile lands of this region since time immemorial. The city of Fresno and greater Central Valley region are fortunate to sit on the traditional and sacred lands of the Yukuts and Mono tribes. And whereas the city of Fresno is also home to indigenous migrant communities, including Mexican indigenous communities from Oaxaca, Mexico, who contribute to our local economy, agricultural industry as farmers and farm workers, and our community leaders. This includes indigenous persons of Zapotec, Mixteco, and Tri-Key heritage and origin. And whereas the city of Fresno encourages community leaders to be inclusive and receptive to the diverse cultural teachings, traditional practices, and the values and belief systems of local Native American communities. California Native American communities are integral partners in wildfire management, wildlife preservation, and waterway protection here in the Central Valley and in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada mountains. In times of crisis, we are committed to showing solidarity with Native American leaders, including tribal elders and the communities they serve. And whereas the city of Fresno recognizes the monumental contribution of Native Americans and indigenous communities to the state of California, our state's municipal government, and to our nation, which have shaped our national identity. Concurrently, we commemorate the resilience of global indigenous populations which have survived horrific campaigns of violence, have endured the proliferation of foreign diseases, and have struggled to maintain their identities. The legacy of colonization has immeasurably and intergenerationally affected indigenous populations. And whereas we wish to celebrate and recognize this day as Indigenous Peoples Day in the city of Fresno, and we strive one day establish Indigenous Peoples Day as a city holiday. Now therefore be it resolved that Council President Nelson Esparza, the Fresno City Council, and Mayor Jerry Dyer do hereby proclaim Indigenous Peoples Day in the city of Fresno.
For this next proclamation, I'll invite all of my colleagues to come on down and join us. This week we are celebrating Code Enforcement Appreciation Week. And so we have my colleagues join us as well as the representatives here from Code Enforcement. It's a very important annual proclamation that we do each year.
We could probably squeeze in a little bit more over this way, you guys. Some of you want to come over? Gary doesn't bite. Hard.
I'm nice, I really am.
All right, all right. So, everyone here at City Hall and just in our city organization does something every day to make our city a better place and the special place it is to live. And I can say confidently that code enforcement plays a crucial role in making that happen. They're tasked with executing all kinds of different challenging and demanding roles to keep our city safe and healthy. They do a very tough job, not always easy. I hear lots of stories from different officers about their adventures out in the fields. I thought council members and politicians were the only ones that got yelled at, but very much it's very much not the case. They endure a lot, and they do it day after day with a continued smile on their face. I was talking to our city attorney this morning because code enforcement is under our city attorney's office, and she was telling me about how whenever she needs a pick-me-up, she'll go from the second floor up to the third floor and come back with a cupcake and a smile because the folks up there brighten her spirits. And so not just the work they do, it's really the attitude that they do it with and the mission that they have at hand and how well they execute it on a day-to-day basis. I can tell you since I've come on the council, we've certainly bolstered the department in terms of the responsibilities and different projects that they've undertaken. And they've done it diligently and successfully. And so we appreciate you all, and we're going to have you all come up for a photo here with all of us, and we'll pack the little area here. But I did want to give an opportunity to my colleagues as well to say just a few words about our code enforcement division.
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for all that you do. And there's really not a whole lot to add. So much wouldn't get done without code enforcement. You guys make the city so much better, and we greatly appreciate it. I know you don't get a lot of thank yous, so this is a great day to say thank you for all that you do.
Yeah, thank you. Whatever department has the word enforcement next to it, there's going to be some criticism, whether it's law enforcement, parking enforcement, code enforcement. You're going to have people out in the community that aren't happy with what's being done. But the reality is I can't imagine what this city would be like without it. When we had a video that was sent out this week about one of our employees that's involved in the illegal dumping, where you have people in this city that just, for whatever reason, think that they can just pull over on the side of the road and put tires and a refrigerator and whatever else they want in a neighborhood. And if it wasn't for this team, this group of people to go out each and every day that make sure our city is safer, that people aren't doing those things and destroying our neighborhoods, and for what they do with some of our safety features in terms of our housing, so important. And so I want to say thank you. Eric, you folks do an incredible job all the way through, from the rental inspection program to all the things that go on in neighborhood enforcement, school safety, et cetera. So thank you guys very much for what you do. And sometimes for that criticism, for what you take, but the reality is there's a whole lot more people that accept or really praise you guys for what you do. So all the code enforcement, I'd say 80% of the people in this room today are code enforcement. I want to thank each and every one of you for what you do day in and day out. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. First off, so glad we won you guys in the custody battle a few years back. Code enforcement came under city council purview a few years ago, but I could tell you I've worked with code enforcement in both capacities. You guys have done a fantastic job always. I'd say, in the last several years that I've been on the council, you've made District 4 a safer place, and you've made it a cleaner place. And I hear so much from the residents of District 4 about all the good work you're doing. You do have some critics, but I will always vouch for you because our families see firsthand the good work that you're doing every single day, and they compliment you guys every week. Our office asks for a lot. I think my staff is probably on the phone with you folks, probably more than anybody else, myself included. And we know that you do go into dangerous situations, right? Whether that is a hostile person or going into a vacant building or a waffle shop. But you folks have always prevailed, and we really appreciate all the great work that you guys do on a daily basis. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Very short and sweet. Thank you.
Well, first I want to say thank you for allowing all of code enforcement to come in today. It's the first time in a few years that they've all been able to come in, so it's nice to actually have them here and accept the proclamation themselves. And a big thank you to the council members for continuing with this annual tradition of recognizing code enforcement, all the hard work that they do day in and day out, just as you all have indicated. And everything that they do is just continuing to make the city a more beautiful and safer place. And so we're humbled and we are honored to accept this proclamation. Can all of our code enforcement officers please stand up? Everyone in code enforcement?
All right, so usually this is about the time I would ask the clerk to read the proclamation, but I'm going to have you pause there for a second before we go there. As you saw, we have many outstanding employees in the code enforcement division. Today we want to recognize one in particular, right, within this presentation. It wasn't on the agenda. But this person has worked for code enforcement for over 20 years. They were recently selected for the California Association of Code Enforcement Officers Lifetime Achievement Award. And that person is Randy Calvert.
If I can say a few words about Randy. Randy has worked as an inspector and supervisor during his time with the city. He's worked on high-profile and challenging cases involving public nuisance, zoning, housing, dangerous buildings, and so much more. Currently, Randy is the rental housing manager overseeing reactive rental housing, mobile home parks, hotel and motel inspections, and our proactive rental housing inspection team. Randy was among several people who were nominated for this achievement award. He is so deserving, and we are so proud of him. So thanks for recognizing him today.
Thank you all. Yeah, fantastic. All right, and with that, again, congratulations, Randy. And clerk, will you please read the proclamation? And while you do that, you think it's possible? Is it physically possible to fit code in here and take a picture?
Make it happen. All of them? We'll take a knee if we got to.
Well, the proclamations take a long time to read, so we'll figure it out. Come on down, let's see if we can get a photo in. Yeah.
Whereas.
Maybe whoever's taking the picture can go upstairs on the balcony.
Council President.
Whoever's taking the photo, go up on the balcony, I might suggest.
Yeah. I just want to say congratulations. and remind everyone that there's a whole lot of people wearing masks, and I'm not in the crew there because I got a birthday for my kids this weekend, so good luck with not getting COVID, but smile.
Whereas code enforcement officers provide for the safety, health, and welfare of residents and communities throughout the city of Fresno through the diligent enforcement of local, state, and federal laws and ordinances dealing with various issues of building, zoning, housing, animal control, environmental, health, and life safety. And whereas code enforcement officers have challenging and demanding roles and often do not receive recognition for the job they do in improving the quality of life for residents and businesses of Fresno. And whereas the role of code enforcement officers has tremendously explained in recent years with increased reliance on their expertise and training. And whereas code enforcement officers are certified, dedicated, and highly qualified professionals who share the goals of preventing neighborhood deterioration, enhancing communities, ensuring safety, and preserving property values through knowledge, training, and application of housing, zoning, and nuisance laws. And whereas code enforcement officers have a highly visible role in the community and interact with the public daily as well as with other government agencies. And whereas the city of Fresno takes this time to recognize, thank, and honor code enforcement officers and acknowledge their role in leading the way to improving the quality of life for the residents of Fresno. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Council President Nelson Esparza, the Fresno City Council, and Mayor Jerry Dyer do hereby proclaim the second week of October as Code Enforcement Appreciation Week in the city of Fresno. Say cheese!
Thank you, everybody. We appreciate you guys.
Congratulations.
I forgot to give the proclamation.
For disability awareness.
Who are the award?
There's a bunch here.
From where?
Everywhere.
Community?
Yeah, community awards. He'll read them.
All right, so our next proclamation is going to be a proclamation for Disability Awareness Month and also announcing the Disabilities Advisory Commission awardees. This is sponsored by the Office of the Mayor and the City Manager.
All right, as we have some folks making their way up there, we can, over here, come on forward, and we'll get you positioned. Well, I'm not. I'm horrible at that. So let me just say that as a city, we are very, very blessed. We're blessed because we have people who care in our community about those who perhaps are less fortunate. And we know in our society not everyone is able to have the same opportunities in life for whatever reason. But we also know that we have a lot of people in our community, like the ones that I'm standing next to, that are very, very special. And I mean that. You guys are all very, very special. In spite of a disability, you are able to go through life and to achieve incredible things. And for that, all I can say is God bless you guys for what you do and how you overcome whatever hand you've been dealt. You've been able to be successful with it. And so today, as we celebrate Disability Awareness Month in our city, it is important for all of us, and I mean all of us, to be grateful for what we have in life, and regardless of who we are or where we come from, that we should be considerate of one another. You know, the first word that we have in our vision statement in the city of Fresno is inclusive. It's an inclusive, prosperous, beautiful city where people take pride in their community and their neighborhood. And that word inclusive means regardless of your gender, your skin color, your political party, your faith, or whether or not you have a disability, we should be inclusive. That means everybody has the same opportunity to achieve great things in life. And so this celebration of Disability Awareness Month is special. We're going to have the clerk read the proclamation, but every year since 1945, the President of the United States has proclaimed a national observance in October to promote employment and individual disabilities. And that is important to us as the city, because sometimes we can get so busy in the things that we do that we lose sight. And I say that not in a way that's offensive, but we lose sight. Quite frankly, even though we have eyes, we lose sight, and we have vision. We lose sight of the fact that perhaps other people may have, whether it's a audible or visual or some physical impairment. So we want to do that. So Shannon, if you would please come up. We're fortunate to have Shannon Mulhall with us. She's our ADA coordinator, and I'm going to have her take it from here.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, it's been a joy being the ADA coordinator for the last 10 years. I don't know if you know this, that I've moved. I'm over in personnel now. I'm jumping in for Joe Hinojosa, but we're excited because, Shalina, can I hop in behind you and let you come in front? So Valley Center for the Blind, they are a fantastic award recipient this year for our Achievement Award, and they're also receiving this proclamation because of their efforts related to employment. It's been a big push. I'm going to read part of the nomination statement, if that's all right.
Yes.
Absolutely. So Valley Center for the Blind has been serving people who are blind or low vision for almost 50 years in Fresno. And over the past 2 years, VCB, Valley Center for the Blind, has flipped the script on what employment looks like for people who are blind or have low vision. Under the leadership of Shalina Heber, Executive Director, Ronaldo Villarreal, Jamie Gibson-Barrows, and Aaron Opie, the Valley Center for the Blind has created and developed jobs for this population that has had an over 70% unemployment rate for decades. To say that employment is critical for people with disabilities is not enough. We see, we talk about unemployment rates throughout other populations, but with realities of 70 to 90%, this is a critical effort for us at the City of Fresno as well, to look at ways that we can partner for jobs and create greater independence. And it's because of people like the Valley Center for the Blind that we're successful, because of the partnerships. Now, I don't know if you know this, Valley Center for the Blind has been at the table with the City of Fresno for years. They've trained our transportation drivers. They've trained our public works engineers. They have come out and helped us in a variety of capacities. They helped us with our website improvements for accessibility and have continued to show up month after month at our disability advisory commissions to help us find our true north and keep it. And I think one of the important things that they remind us is that recruiting diversity isn't enough. We need to create an environment in which it's safe for people to have differences. And not only is it safe, it's celebrated. And so thank you for all you do. Did you want to say a word or two, Shalina?
That's okay.
Yeah, may she?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, I'll hold this for you.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much. It is humbling. It is a huge honor to be here with you all today to receive this proclamation and to have been granted an achievement award from the Disability Advisory Commission. I was thinking about what to share with you all today, and I really settled on that word achievement. It's something that most people are looking for in their lives. If you're sitting in a full row or not, and you look to either side of you, you're about 10 chairs there. If those chairs were all filled and everyone there was an adult and it was all people living with disabilities in our United States, only 3 of the people in that portion of your row would be employed. It's staggering to think about the value of living a purposeful life, the value of being able to know that the odds are stacked against you 70%.
At Valley Center for the Blind, we train, support, and employ people who are blind or low vision because we know that our community has an incredible capacity for growth and for supporting people with differences. When we talk about equity, disability is a key component of the equity conversation. And we love October. October is a very exciting month for us. Just this weekend, we're very excited to be going to Inspiration Park to celebrate White Cane Day. The thing that's so important for us is that people living with vision loss or living with disabilities are looking for a purpose-filled life. We have the great responsibility and honor to be able to contribute to that, to create meaningful opportunities for training, to create community for the people who you love who are living with disabilities, and to create real employment that doesn't just accommodate people who are blind or low vision, but celebrates the diversity and the strength that they bring to our great American workforce. Thank you again. I'm still in shock that we got this award. It was a huge surprise to us, and it's only possible because I have the best team that there is, and we have an amazingly supportive community, and I'm so grateful for every single person standing up here today because we would not be here without all of the incredible effort that they put into this fight that we've been fighting. Thank you.
Clerk, if you'd read the proclamation, please, and then we'll take the
Certainly.
photo.
Whereas, the American with Disabilities Act is a civil rights law that prohibits discrimination against individuals with disabilities in all areas of public life, including jobs, schools, transportation, and all public and private places that are open to the general public. And whereas, every year since 1945, the President of the United States has proclaimed a national observance in October to promote the employment of individuals with disabilities and proclaimed 2022 as disability part of the equity equation. And whereas 17% of the city of Fresno residents and 50% of residents over the age of 65 have one or more disabilities. And whereas attitudinal barriers can hinder people with disabilities from being fully integrated into community life. And whereas the city of Fresno recognizes that people with disabilities are an appreciated community resource that should not be overlooked or underutilized. And whereas the City of Fresno's Disability Advisory Commission serves all residents by providing guidance on a wide range of disability-related issues, and through its annual Achievement Awards recognizes individuals who have improved the quality of life for disabled persons in Fresno. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and members of the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim October 2022 to be Disability Awareness Month in the City of Fresno.
As they're making their way back down, we have another one. Sarah, if you could slide over here. It's a special day for you too, but I think our council is going to appoint you to our FCTA today, right? I know. So it's that in and of itself is amazing.
I know.
But we have something very special that we're going to do today because we do recognize good work in our community, in our city. And when you have somebody that have poured their heart and soul out, as Shannon Mulhall has for Fresno, it is something that we want to be able to recognize here today too. So you too are going to have your special day, but I'm going to let Ms. Harris speak a little bit about that.
Hello, everybody. So we're all in cahoots here today. We are here to celebrate the achievements, the kindness, the wonderfulness that is Shannon Mulhall. Shannon was our ADA coordinator for over 10 years and exemplifies badassery, I'm just going to say it. Well, thank you. And, you know, I have to say what's really big about, you know, looking at this being Disability Employment Awareness Month, I'm employed partially because of Shannon's encouragement. The Disability Advisory Commission, because I showed up at the meetings and one day one guy was like, hey, you want to join our board? And I said, no, I want a job. And that's how I ended up at RACV. It's because of Shannon that we have not one, but two blind people in this room that are also certified ADA coordinators, go figure, because of that encouragement and that thoughtfulness and bringing us to the table, always. And so I am so thankful to you, Mayor Dyer, for taking my email and going, all right, yeah, I'll give a blind lady a favor. So today, Shannon, we celebrate you and all that you do and continue to do for us. So thank you for being our colleague and our friend and our ally. Thank you.
And it is true when Sarah sends you an email, she says from the crazy blind lady or something like, I'm like, oh, okay, I'm not touching that. So if clerk, if you would please read the proclamation.
Gladly. Whereas the appointment of an American with Disabilities Act coordinator is required by the ADA for any state or local government with 50 or more employees and all organizations and businesses that receive federal funding. And whereas the ADA coordinator facilitates compliance with Americans with Disability Act Title II regulations and Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, both of which prohibit discrimination on the basis of disability. And whereas continued commitment to ADA principles is necessary to help individuals with disabilities reach their full potential and individual independence goals. And whereas a notable part of the ADA principles include breaking down or eliminating barriers that affect the quality of life for people with disabilities. And whereas the city of Fresno is dedicated to breaking down and eliminating barriers to inspire equity and inclusion for its employees and community members with disabilities. And whereas this dedication has been brought to the forefront by genuine devotion, insight, and advocacy of Shannon Mulhall, who for more than a decade served as the City of Fresno's ADA coordinator. And whereas through commitment, tireless research, and loyalty to the disability community, Shannon has been instrumental in the city's efforts to being welcoming and inclusionary towards people with disabilities. And whereas this commitment not only included forging the path, but also challenging the status quo. Shannon did all of this with faithfulness and clarity that motivated others to follow suit. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and members of the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim Thursday, October 13th, 2022 to be Shannon Mulhall Day in the city of Fresno.
That has to be a surprise. I know it is. But, you know, when Shannon calls you, it generally is because you've done something wrong. Either with the city website or a department website, or we didn't put something up right. And I hear it quite a bit, but it is, I'm so thankful that you have been there for these last 10 years. So very, very challenging to replace you. So thank you. And thank you, sir.
All right, for our last proclamation of the day, we have a proclamation for Hindu American Awareness and Appreciation Month. That's sponsored by, again, by the Office of the Mayor and City Manager.
Thank you very much. As some of our esteemed members of our Hindu community make their way up here, it is my honor to be able to present this proclamation today along with the council. It's in celebration of our Hindu American Awareness and Appreciation Month. And, you know, a lot of folks, you know, may or may not know the history of Hinduism, and certainly may not know about the history of Hindus in America. But I can tell you that it's a rich history and filled with incredibly rich people. who I've come to know, people who, and I, monetarily, yes, but rich in spirit. How's that? And rich in spirit. And people that I've grown to love. And you know, I go to church over on Cedar Knees, and the new Hindu temple is right next to us, and we welcome you there. I want you to know we welcome you there. The neighborhood welcomes you there. You are a welcomed addition in Fresno as well. So thank you for that. But the year 2022 marks the 129th anniversary of when Hinduism was officially introduced into the United States. If you think back, it's not that long, 129 years. But it is something that I believe is so important to our history in terms of diversity within our community. And we know there's a lot of reasons why Hindus come to the United States, perhaps to come as students in search of better economic opportunities, to be able to unite with family or reunite with family. And unfortunately, there's many Hindus that come to our country escaping religious prosecution. And, you know, the one thing I love most about the United States of America, we're very welcoming. And we open our arms for all of you, especially those that are facing persecution. And so this is a great opportunity for us in the city of Fresno to be able to recognize this day. And we have Dr. Kapoor, who is with us, who is no stranger to City Hall, no stranger to the city. The longest, I think the longest tenured Hindu and perhaps even Indian in our community, from the Indian community. We were at for Gandhi here recently last week, we were at an event. But I wanted to ask Dr. Kapoor to say a few words, as well as Andy Chakura. But I'm going to start with you, Andy.
I do appreciate Jerry Dyer, our mayor and council members, recognizing this October as a Hindu Awareness Appreciation Month. Just wanted to give a little update. There are over 1.2 billion Hindus in entire world. About 2.5+ millions of Hindus are in the United States itself. And most of Hindus are very, very back-seated people. They don't interfere with anybody. They believe in every religion. They believe in every humanity. And they support the entire communities. Majority of these one are professional people, doctors, business people. However, in the part of world, there are a rising presence of Hindu phobia that deliberately misrepresent Hinduism. Overall, there's simply lack of education about the world living faith of more than 1 billion people. And your recognition of October as a Hindu Awareness and Appreciation Month is a very important milestone for self-esteem of many Hindu citizens here. And I do appreciate all the city council, mayor's office, and everybody to recognize Hindus in this community. Thank you.
Dr. Kapoor.
Thank you very much. Well said, Mayor and Andy. I have a written statement because I am professor. Professors have a tendency to get off the track, so therefore I thought I better put it in writing like that.
How many pages is that?
Yeah, just one page. Just one page. I do have many pages. I will read only one page. Good morning, Mr. President and honorable members of the City Council, Mayor and my friend Georgian White, and also Gregory over there. Hi, Georgian. Good to see you over there again after some time. It's a great moment of joy to stand before you this morning and say a few words of our thanks and appreciation on behalf of the Hindu community in Fresno. We feel deeply honored and delighted to receive this proclamation. It is the first time in my recollection and during my 55+ years of residence in Fresno that we have been noticed and recognized for this honor. Thank you very much for choosing the month of October for this recognition. October is a very special month for our community. This is the month when we celebrate Mahatma Gandhi's birthday, which you just mentioned. This is the month when we celebrate Navratri, which is a 9 nights of honoring goddesses. We are just getting ready to celebrate Diwali festival, which is the most joyous, cheerful, and sacred festival observed by our community. Members of our community play a very significant role in the lives and affairs of the people of Fresno. We are very successful doctors, farmers, business professionals, teachers, professors, and peacemakers who have and continue making significant contribution to the social, cultural, and economic life of Fresno. We are a very peaceful, cooperative, and enterprising community. And many of them are here. I am glad that they all have joined us like that. Thank you very much again for your magnanimous gesture in recognizing Hindu community of Fresno. Our special thanks to Mary J.R. Dyer, my friend of the last more than 4 decades or so, and City Manager George N. White for sponsoring this initiative and proclamation, and to the City Council for passing the proclamation. You can count on us in building Fresno an inclusive and prosperous community. And one Fresno, which is your dream, Mayor, and we stand behind that. Our best wishes to all of you for all the good work that you do for the benefit of our community. Thank you very much. And we have a special, brother, you come here. We have a special gift for you from the head of the new Hindu temple. I think this is the time to take all the pictures.
Yes. Clerk, if you would read the proclamation as I present it.
Certainly. Whereas there are an estimated 1 billion Hindus worldwide, with approximately 3.4 million Hindu Americans living in the United States. And whereas Hindu Americans in Fresno represent diverse ethnic backgrounds, including individuals of Indian, Pakistani, Bangladeshi, Malaysian, Indonesian, Afghani, Nepali, Bhutanese, Sri Lankan, Fijian, Caribbean, and European descent. And whereas the year 2022 marks the 129th anniversary of Hinduism's official introduction in the United States by Swami Vivekananda at the 1893 World's Parliament of Religions in Chicago, and the 122nd anniversary of his founding of the Vedanta Society in San Francisco. And whereas most Hindu immigrants have come to the United States as students in search of better economic opportunities or to unite the family members, while others have arrived in this country after facing religious persecution in their countries of origin. And whereas the first Hindu temple in the United States was built in San Francisco, and during its 1906 dedication was proclaimed to be the first Hindu temple in the whole Western world. And whereas Hindu Americans throughout Fresno celebrate numerous holidays and festivals such as Diwali, which celebrates the victory of good over evil and knowledge over ignorance. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim October to be Hindu American Awareness and Appreciation Month in the city of Fresno.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Andy? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. Yes, I'll be there. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Solicitor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this. Yes. We'll see you at the Diwali celebration. Thank you. Yes, I'll be there. Thank you. It's such an honor. Yes. Grab the mic, it's on. Right.
My name is Manjula Mahanti, and I'm currently serving as the Vice President of the Hindu Temple of Fresno, and this is Gita Rajani, our President at the Hindu Temple of Fresno. When we came in 1978, there were very few of us at that time, but now at the temple, we noticed that our community has grown quite a bit. And when Mayor Dyer, when you said inclusiveness, that really resonated with me. So it's not only abilities, I would like to call it not disabilities, but abilities, but also our religious, preferences, that unifying everyone so we can work as a community. I'm proud to be a Fresnan. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much. We appreciate you.
Celebration on the 22nd, 12 o'clock.
Okay. That's it. Yeah, and they did want me to stress to the council on October 22nd at 12 o'clock at Maple and Knees at the temple. There will be a celebration that occurs there for Diwali. And invite all of the community to be there as well as our elected officials. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to our council member reports and comments. We'll take those in order. We'll start with District 2. Councilmember Carbasi, any report?
Not at this time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Arias?
Quick thank yous to the Parks Department for their work on getting the bid for the Tot Law at JSK Park finally ready to award in today's meeting, and the work at Tubman California Park. And then, Manager, I still don't have an update on the artwork on returning to Fulton Street. We just need to get a meeting in the books to touch base on that. And then just a really quick reminder to the community of Tower District. The Tower Theater is now open and available for use by any member of the public and organizations. So you can find that information online. And we also have the request for proposals for the management of the Tower Theater going forward also posted. So thank you for the city manager and her staff for getting that going. And lastly, thanks to the Public Works Department for completing the installation of the traffic light on Clinton and Valentine. That's been a big issue for the West area residents, especially in the proximity to the schools. So just thank yous today and look forward to the conversation.
Councilmember Soria?
Thank you. I also just want to say a couple thank yous before I go to my, a couple other events that are happening. But thank you on the Ashland property, on the future fire station. I saw the crews out there, and so it looks great. Thank you so much for getting that taken care of. Also, on the Tower Theater, I was going to mention that, so I'm glad that Councilmember Arias brought it up. Thank you to the staff that worked really diligently to get us to this place so that folks can submit their response to our RFQ process. And so we look forward to also having, hopefully by the end of the month, a community meeting out at the Tower Theater to be able to at least disclose in a more intimate neighborhood setting how the process of renting out the tower can happen. And then also I wanted to announce that the Fall Festival that we have in District 1, west of the 99, is happening on Saturday, October 29th. So we want to invite folks to join us from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. This has been an annual tradition that we started many years ago. So we want everyone to join us for some family fun. We're going to have some free food, community resource booths, activities, pumpkins, face painting, and then we will have also a movie at the park in the evening at sundown. So thank you to those who are helping us put this together, but do want to invite folks to come on out. And then also just want to thank the administration for working with us. I know that we've been talking about some neighborhoods in the central part of my district that were built with alleyways, and there's been a lot of concerns in some of these neighborhoods in terms of the criminal element and so forth. So we're looking forward to, I guess, fulfilling the request of our constituents, which has been to lock up and make sure that these alleyways are safe. So thank you, City Manager. And also, just last thank you to staff. We had a community meeting on the Dakota Milburn Park, west of the 99. I want to thank the Parks Department, our consultants that are working with us to make this a success, and also all the folks that participated. There is still opportunity to provide input, in particular to the skate park. That is going to be part of the entire park. There is a survey that is posted on our social media and has been circulated. So please, we do want to encourage our young folks that are skaters or that like to ride BMX bikes to provide some input. This is going to be a great amenity west of the 99. We don't have a skate park in that area of the city, so we're super excited about bringing this new amenity that was long in promise for these neighborhoods. Again, thank you everyone for helping us make that a possibility.
Councilmember Chavez, any report?
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Councilmember Bredefield? Vice President?
Thank you, Council President. I do have a few recognitions and reports this morning. First, I just want to say congratulations to my friend Lowell Inns. If you don't know him, he is the Executive Director of EPU, a fantastic nonprofit in my district, stands for Exceptional Parents Unlimited. They help thousands of families with medical, that have children with medical or developmental challenges, and help the parents with parenting skills. They recently celebrated 45 years of work here in the city of Fresno. Before them, there wasn't really a resource to help parents and families that had children with learning or physical disabilities and proper techniques on how to raise a child with those disabilities. And so we really just want to congratulate Lowell and the fantastic team at EPU for all the great work they continue to do for the children and families in our community. Similarly, I want to say congratulations to President Jimenez Sandoval at Fresno State, ASI President Caroline Alvarez for the opening of the new Resnick Student Union at Fresno State campus. Anybody hasn't had an opportunity to check it out, it is a new state-of-the-art facility funded in large part by the students at Fresno State over the last few years to build a new student union building. It is 3 stories tall. It is a beautiful space, and I know it's going to be a huge asset to our students for many years to come. Congratulations to my friend Belong Zhang, former city council member representing District 1. We did have a ceremony in his honor this last weekend recognizing his appointment from the Biden administration to represent as the executive director of the USDA Farm Service Agency. Announcement was made a while back, but we had a celebration just recently. Belong has done a terrific job of representing not just the Hmong community here locally, but everybody in the city of Fresno, and I know he's going to continue to do a great job representing the Valley in his new elevated position. So congratulations to Belong. Congratulations to our recent appointment to the Fresno Women's Commission, started by my council colleague, President Esparza. We have recently appointed Elisa Rivera, who will represent District 4 in that role and fighting for critical issues that women are facing here in the city of Fresno. And if you see her around, we just recently brought on a new person to the District 4 family. That's going to be Carmen Flores, who will be serving as the District 4 Media Director. She is a Fresno State graduate. She has experience working at the Chamber of Commerce, but I know she's going to be a huge asset to the city of Fresno and to the families of District 4. And the last thank you I want to give today is, again, to our Public Works team. When I was initially running for office, you sit down, you do the Fresno Bee interview, and they ask you about, something interesting or appalling you saw while you're running for office. And we brought up, when I was interviewing with them, I brought up a certain street near the intersection of Chestnut and McKinley. This is a neighborhood where every door I knocked on, every single family complained that their street hadn't been paved for nearly 50 years. And my opponent actually brought up the same exact street when they were interviewing him. And so the Fresno B team actually went out and did a whole story about this neighborhood and their streets. Folks had lived there for 50, 55 years, had not seen the street get paved. So I want to thank our Public Works team for helping District 4 secure the CDBG funds, several $1 million, to repave that entire neighborhood. And we'll start that project next week. This has been a long time coming for these families who have moved in nearly 60 years ago. And I'm excited that we're finally getting the ball rolling on it. So my thanks to the administration and all the help and support on that. And that'll conclude my remarks, Council President.
All right, thank you, Vice President. So lots going on in District 7 and citywide, but just a few brief highlights. I had the privilege of attending the state of the college at Fresno City College with President Pimentel. Great things going on campus there in District 7. And I love the campus, only because in the district, but I do have the privilege of teaching there and being part of the faculty there as well. That same day, actually, got a chance to go back to the college twice because I also had the privilege of attending Real Pride. So great to be out there, meet with the organizers, some of the talent in terms of the directors and folks who were starring in the films. So great event. Code enforcement hosted a successful waste tire amnesty event in District 7. I believe the final tally was 1,169 tires that were disposed of, thanks to their efforts. And I know we recognized code enforcement earlier, but again, we can't thank them enough. That's just one of many different functions that they perform here in the city to make sure our neighborhoods stay beautiful. Also had the privilege of speaking at the Big Fresno Fair opening ceremony. I did a pinch hit for Councilmember Chavez, who was unable to attend that afternoon. But if you haven't gone to the fair yet, I mean, it's going on, I believe, until Sunday, and this is the 139th edition of the Big Fresno Fair. So stop on by if you have not had the privilege of doing so yet. And lastly, as you heard in the proclamations, we did celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day out in front of Fresno City Hall on Monday. A great event. I just want to thank all the folks who took the time to attend, and especially those who all had a hand in organizing and making the day the success that it was. That'll conclude my remarks, and we'll move over to the city manager and or the mayor if they have any report that they would like to provide.
Thank you, Council President. Just wanted to add one more thing to Councilmember Soria's list. We also, she had brought to our attention, or actually the mayor had noticed when they were out there, the canal issues out at Ashland and West. And I want to thank FID for promptly responding. I think we have the city FID partnership in a really, really good place. And so I want to express my appreciation to FID for being very prompt in their response to get that issue cleaned up as well. That's all I have, Council President. Thank you.
All right. Is the mayor still around? He scurried out. Okay. All right. Well, if he comes back, maybe we'll give him a few minutes if we're not too deep into the meeting already. So move on to the consent calendar. Before we can pass consent, we do need to take public comment on the consent calendar. So what we'll do at this time is we're going to open up public comments with respect to any item on the consent calendar, unscheduled communication, or if you'd like to comment on the closed session agenda as well, now will be the time. If you filled out a yellow card, I do have your yellow card. I'm sorting them out as we speak in terms of the unscheduled communication or consent calendar items. If you filled out a yellow card for a separate item, perhaps one of the rezones or planning items on the agenda, I'll be sure to read those cards out during when those items are heard. So again, right now is public comment on the consent agenda, unscheduled communication, or public comment on the closed session agenda. Other items will be heard separately, and there will be separate public comments conducted on those items as well. So the first speaker that I have with respect to public comment is going to be Michael Matthew. here in the chamber.
Good morning. My comments are regarding the Southeast Development Area. My wife and I hosted 2 neighborhood meetings to address problems that exist with putting a regional trail on the mill ditch. It took 2.5 months before we got
Michael, could I ask you to speak into the microphone that way?
Excuse me.
Yes, for all for the record. Thank you.
It took 2.5 months before the appropriate personnel from the city could attend, which is not what page 3 of your draft implies. And before the last meeting, we went up and down the canal notifying our neighbors of the meeting. We handed out a total of 22 notices and didn't meet one person that knew of the plan or ever even heard of SEDA. Along about the time I handed out my 15th flyer, it occurred to me that what are the odds of no one knowing about SEDA? I mean, even in his prime, Willie Mays never bat 1,000. But I also recall that there was a lack of notice that was expressed by attendees at all 3 of the spring meetings and also at the 4th meeting, which was just a listening meeting. And apparently the notification process could use some improvement or some type of revision if the city is truly interested in having community input. Anyway, we were eager for the expert from the Public Works to see firsthand the problems that exist in our area about the regional trail on the Mill 36. But when I invited him to examine the canal, flow rate, and the dangerous banks, he actually refused to even look at it. Now, how can he evaluate a situation without even viewing it? He did go on about great length about a 4-foot-high wrought iron fence that would be adequate to keep the public away from the canal. However, I'm a 74-year-old overweight male, and I don't have one good joint left in my body. And a 4-foot wrought iron fence wouldn't stop me, let alone a healthy youth. So you see, over 15 years ago, a Berkeley firm produced this plan, and the most intimate knowledge that they had of the 9,000 acres was only what they could derive from an aerial photograph. The result is that Fresno got a pig in a poke. Granted, it had a new dress and copious amounts of makeup in an attempt to disguise that it was just more of urban sprawl. But in the end, no matter how much lipstick you've put on it, it's still a pig. Enacted, it would produce little of what it claims and a lot of what it should avoid. With a food shortage and a recession in our immediate future, the farms and the food they provide, along with the jobs that are filled by some of the most needy in our community, will be gone. With an overabundance of people having unlimited access to the Mill Canal, the security of your water supply would be compromised. Trails in the middle of the greenbelt areas would cause the wildlife to leave forever. And when you start pulling out those limp bodies out of the canals, those lives will be gone too. You won't be able to replace any of these things.
Michael,
you just can't stop urban sprawl by feeding it another 9,000
Thanks for joining
acres.
us.
That won't stop urban sprawl. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Our next speaker, I believe with respect to the same topic, is going to be Todd Blanco.
Good morning, Council President, Vice President. My name is Todd Blanco. I live at 7869 East Church Avenue in the dead center of the CETA Plan project. When I came up, I planned my comments. We are very concerned about what's going to happen out there. My friend Mike brought up some good points. I want to talk about the loss of rights that we're going to have when this plan comes out. I was a resident of Fresno City for 20 years. I moved from Sacramento, was resident of Fresno City. 10 years ago, I moved to the county where I currently live for specific reasons. I want to be able to hunt. I want to be able to exercise my Second Amendment, my recreational shooting. Those rights will be taken away from us when the city takes this over. Loss of county residency. We don't want to become part of city. I moved to county specifically for the privileges and benefits of living in a county. I don't want to rejoin city. None of us in this group, where the Southeast Property Owners Association does not want to be annexed to the city. loss of personal property. This plan will actually demolish my house, my neighbor's house, and there's several of us out here. They will be flattened for a green belt and an imaginary walkway. Again, we moved out here to get away from that type of life. We want our county rural life. I don't want my house demolished. This plan will do it. Another problem of this plan is the importation of issues that Fresno City has. Crime, homelessness, gangs, and drugs. I'm going to throw some stats at you at the council here. 2021, Fresno County had 11 homicides. At the same point, Fresno City had 71 homicides. These are reasons we moved out of Fresno City. At the same time, 2021, Fresno County had 1,293 larceny and thefts. Fresno City had 10,377 larceny and theft. These are reasons we left the county, or the city, for the county. I ask you, implore you, please, when a subject comes up, please vote no to the Southeast Development Area Plan. It is not what we want, and I don't think it's what the city wants. We also know that inside the city proper, there is enough growth that will accompany the same type of growth you plan in this area takeover, this 9,000 acres. You have the housing development in the city lines proper right now to accomplish the same type of growth you want to do in this 9,000 acre takeover. Thank you very much.
All right, next speaker is going to be Dr. Kapoor. Are you still with us? You filled out a yellow card. Dr. Kapoor. Okay. Next speaker is going to be Terry Ayers.
It's an honor to be here, first of all, to meet every one of you guys. Mr. Miguel, I've had a conversation with you over the phone. I'm a resident of Fresno all my life. I live in Oakland, California at this moment. I have the largest portfolio in Oakland for the Oakland Housing Authority. I'm a maintenance superintendent, okay? Big portfolio. I'm also part of the Bay Area Bikers Association. October the 2nd, there was an event in Fresno that nobody wants to even talk about. The association has been coming down here for about 45, 50 years. We've been putting revenue into Fresno. We did a fundraiser for the Boys and Girls Club of West Fresno, raised over $1,500 for them. Fresno Boys and Girls Club in the West Fresno Hinton Center is a place that we were raised and grew up at. I don't want the Bay Area Bikers Association to be stigmatized by something negative. We want to work closely with the Fresno and Mr. Aries for the Southwest Fresno to bring in money that is basically needed for West Fresno, okay? Every dime and every penny should go there. We want to work closely with the Fresno Police Department to try to corral any negative activities that's not supposed to be here in Fresno. Like I say again, I'm from Fresno. When it's time for me to go home, and I don't mean home, I mean home, I'm going to be buried at Belmont Memorial. So this is very close to me. And I think everybody, might be some people here that ride motorcycles. Everybody's not bad, okay? So, Mr. Aries, I will be reaching out to you with our association to do some positive things, because that's what we need in West Fresno. Any money generated, we need to send it here to West Fresno. So please, you guys think twice, because that event has been going on for 45 years or more, and it's a positive event. It's not a negative event. Just so happened we had some negative people come to that event at that time, okay? So in the future, I'll be reaching out to everyone that I need to be talking to. Thank you very much.
All right. Next speaker is going to be Fernando Paul Elizondo.
Good morning. Peace be with you. there's so many things to say, and I try to keep it on a negative point of view because that's what it is. I tell it like it is. I don't pull no punches. I don't kiss anybody's whatever. And I don't make any bribes. Today we have the biggest problem. That biggest problem is lack of leadership. It falls on deaf ears. Every time I come here, I tell you the priority's got to be the homeless people. They're the ones out in the cold. They're the ones that don't have a place to stay. I'm sure all of you have a place to stay, a place you call home. And what I just witnessed this last week was, I thought that was against a law against throwing away these homeless belongings. I counted 3 cop cars, 4 code enforcement, the city truck, garbage truck, a tractor to load their stuff, and these people at Roning Park crying for them not to throw their things away. They piled them up in the middle of the street. The truck came in and took them away. I thought that was all illegal. I thought if they made an arrest, your property gets taken in. And who's making these orders to do this? I would like that. Who's in charge of that? Is it the police department, city council? All I've seen, the help that they've given this homeless people is, well, they cut down the oleanders so they can't go in there and hibernate. They cut the trees down, they can't get any shade. Everything's been negative. What's going on? You're supposed to watch over your brother, not destroy him. So, anyway, it's up to you guys. Who wants to take the lead? You got to take courage and say, this is wrong. We got to do what's right. The people are out there, they're crying, they're hurting. Mental illness is setting in, okay? Because of the lack of food, they're disoriented, they don't know where to go. They chose the wrong way to do things. They destroy. They feel they're being destroyed. And it's not good. We need to change that. I know you people are good up there, and you're capable of doing the right thing. So let's do it, okay? This thing about the $40 million that you got, that makes a lot of interest in the bank, and that's what's holding back.
Mr. Elizondo, we're out of time.
I know.
Thank you. Next speaker here in the chamber is going to be Hester Hensley. Hester, are you with us?
Good morning. My name is Hester Hensley, and Miguel Arias is my councilman, and also our chief and mayor, Darius. And I want to recognize the rest of the board. I'm here on behalf of Southwest Fresno. I've been a resident of Southwest Fresno for over 76 years. I've seen the good, I've seen the bad, and I've seen the ugly. Right now, Southwest Fresno looks ugly because we don't have the retail, we don't have places that we need to function, like cleaners, major stores like Walmart's, Winco's, Home Depot's. We need all of that. In the past, our former mayor, Alan Autry, spoke about the tale of two cities. Some of you probably remember that. He spoke about that. Our present mayor says that we are one. I'm for one want to see what the one is. If we're one, South Fresno should look like East Fresno, North Fresno. We should have the same facilities that you have, the things that you enjoy. We have to travel far to get to even a cleaners, even to a Bank of America. They closed the only one that we had on Fresno and F Street. And I know our Councilman Arias is doing his best, but he needs help. He can't do it all by himself. Southwest Fresno covers a large area. We're 93706 is large. And he can't do it all by himself. He needs your help, Gary. He needs your help, Maxwell. He needs your help. We all need your help. As you notice, gas prices is very high. And it takes a lot of gas to travel to get to Walmart's, Winco's, even to take our clothes to the cleaners. So we need your help. When you talk about Disability Month, October is Disability Month, we're disabled over in Southwest Fresno. We're not able to do some of the things that you all can do. And when you think about bringing trolleys into Southwest Fresno, millions of dollars worth of trolleys, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I don't know about you all, but you know, you are city electors, so we're asking that you think hard and look hard and see the damage that you're doing. We're citizens also, and I understand. That was another thing I wanted to bring up. You allow us...
Esther, I'm sorry, but we're past time at this point.
Yes,
we're going to move on to the next speaker, but thank you for joining us this morning.
And I'm not a person to disobey orders, but I'm asking the council...
Esther, we're going to move on, but thank you. There will be other opportunities to continue to comment on other items, but this is, the general public comment section is over. We can't, we're going to move on. But there will be other opportunities. The next speaker is going to be Jerome Kitchen. Jerome? Or Jeremy? Jerome, okay. Yeah, come on down.
Good morning. I actually prepared something because I forget what I just get a little nervous. Good morning. My name is Jerome Kitchen. I'm a native of Fresno County, growing up right in the 93706 area. Today I stand before you in the memory of Rashad Hakeem. Rashad Hakeem is a 15-year-old honor student at Hoover High School who was tragically hit in a hit-and-run incident on Tuesday, October 4th, 2022. Rashad courageously fought for his life for a week before tragically passing away Tuesday, October 11th, 2022 due to his injuries. As a parent, I couldn't imagine sending my child off to school and them never returning home. My heart hurts and weeps for Rashad's parents. I have personally lost a sibling, a brother, and I hurt for all little Shads, siblings that have lost their brother way too soon. Rashad is gone. I think his parents and family deserve more answers from law enforcement. In speaking with his mother on yesterday, I was informed that she has only spoke to law enforcement one time, which was the day the incident occurred. At that time, she was not really giving any information or details into what actually occurred. Shad's family and community deserves to know what happened, how it happened, and how we together can prevent this tragedy from happening again. Accountability is necessary, and it's a must. Although I am proud that the person driving the car came forward later and did the right thing by contacting law enforcement, I don't think it excuses her immediate actions right after hitting the kid. I don't think it automatically gives her full immunity without any real accountability. Fresno PD cannot decide what crimes to charge and what crimes get a pass. A life was lost. There are so many unanswered questions, which leaves the door open for many conspiracy theories, which re-victimizes Rashad and his parents every time they hear, see, or read another story what might have happened. A full and thorough investigation, it needs to take place. Law enforcement, Fresno Unified, and the District Attorney Office must be transparent with both the family and the community on this investigation and the outcomes of this investigation. I want to mention the importance of labeling this incident a crime. In doing so, it allows the parents the ability to benefit from victims of crime funds and services that the family will need during this difficult time. I want to thank you all for your time, and I want to say directly to Tyler, I spoke with the principal at Hoover High yesterday. That's your district. I think you should do a due service in reaching out to the parents, offering your condolences, seeing how you can help them maneuver through this tragedy. I also think you should go to Hoover High and speak to the students and the teachers there about how concerned they are that there is no signage. I drove up and down that street. There is no signage of school zones. There's no speed bumps. There's a lot of reckless driving. Yesterday, the school held a community meeting, and there was not even an active police presence to slow down traffic. This is a tragedy, and our community deserves answers to know what happened.
Thank you, Jerome. Next speaker is going to be Daniel Brennick. Daniel Brennick. And I see here I have a couple cards with respect to the West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan. We're doing this during general public comment because that item is no longer on the actual agenda.
Ready when you guys are. Good morning, council members. My name is Daniel Brennick, and I'm here today to discuss the West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan, WANTS. There is a lot to unpack and discuss, but I will try my best to summarize what's going on. You might know that the plan and the planning process has been going on since 2018, and that it is a land use plan designed to refine how land use and development activity takes place in the area west of 99. The most relevant thing I can say about the plan is that it aims to address problems that have persisted in the community for years and are the things that led to the birth of the name Forgotten Fresno. Things like fragmented roads and infrastructure, a lack of parks and open space, a lack of true community amenities like grocery stores and local restaurants. While there are diverse views and opinions in the West area, I feel it is reasonable to say there is widely shared consensus that these things are missing from the community. The WANTS is a tool to help our community become a complete community. It promotes new development and the fixing of existing development in the established areas closer to the city core, closer to where existing infrastructure and public services are located to serve new growth and the existing people. And it works to preserve the rural agricultural edges of the plan area that are fundamentally part of the community's identity. More practically, it offers an opportunity for this part of town to be eligible for major grant funding and other sources of money for community development. See, for example, Southwest Fresno. Following adoption of the Southwest Fresno Specific Plan, that area became eligible for and received tens of millions of dollars to implement things set forth in that plan. The WANTS was scheduled to go before you today, finally, after being worked on for over 4 years, but it's apparently being pulled and delayed for an indefinite amount of time. My understanding, it's due to sudden concerns from one or more council members, and that the concerns involve farmland mitigation and housing unit capacity. Thus, it's the plan itself and the EIR, a technically separate document, but necessary for its adoption. I wish those issues could be adequately identified and fairly discussed in the unscheduled comments, but it cannot be done in this form. However, I need to say these types of changes could require substantial revisions to the plan itself and the EIR, and depending on how they are carried out, would likely delay the plan for close to another year and cost over $100,000 in environmental consulting fees, additionals alone. This doesn't account for the cost of city staff time that would be consumed by extending the process. This is especially infuriating for people like me, people like Forgotten Fresno members and some of whoever might be listening today who've been going for meetings to years and participating in a process that strove to be civil, thoughtful, inclusive, and fair to the West Area community. More so, the complete plan itself has been out for review for over a year. I am frustrated and worried that the council appears ready to disregard that process and the input from the community, waste time and money that has been spent thus far, spend additional time and money to appease outside interests who do not feel it is worth their time to meaningfully participate in this process, and defer, if not totally abandon, the opportunity for the West Area to get access to funding and resources that could finally make it into a more complete community. I do not expect the council to suddenly change its mind and go forward with approving the WANTS right away. However, this community deserves this plan and deserves a seat at the table. I ask council to bring the item back for review no later than next month, at the very least for a public update. Also, since meetings have already been going on amongst council members, higher-level city staff, and developers, I'm going to insist the actual community itself gets the opportunity to represent itself. Last sentence. It's hard to make such a short statement about something so complex yet important, but no matter what, I hope that the city and the council are able to see that people are watching and care deeply about the West Area community and this plan.
Thank you, Daniel. Next speaker is going to be Yadawinder Singh. Goodwinder? Are you with us? Okay. Next speaker, it will be Kathy Caples.
Good morning, I'm Kathy Caples. I live in District 2, and I've been the representative of the steering committee for the West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan. And we've worked, as Daniel said, for over 4 years, and I was hoping today was the day we were going to actually be standing before you in support, and this plan would be passed. Each time you delay a vote, and why does it matter this plan gets passed? You asked for community input. We created a 21st century urban plan for the future of forgotten Fresno, an area haphazardly built with little infrastructure in place to handle the growth. Each time you delay the vote, the 2016 general plan continues in effect. And for example, we have 3 convenience store gas stations within a half mile of one another on Shaw, because the general plan of 2016 allowed a convenience store to be built at the southeast corner or the northeast corner of Hayes and Shaw. That was supposed to be changed if our plan had passed, so that we would have neighborhood mixed-use housing in that area, high-density housing. And so that's a concern of the council, that we don't have enough housing in the plan, but by delaying the plan, we're not allowing the plan to activate the things that we put into place. We also, in our neighborhood, every time we have things that we're facing a 200 parking lot for semi-trucks that can also be listed as a business park next to a neighborhood. That's dangerous. And if we get the plan in place, we can be looking at things like the urgent care that we need, the dental offices, satellite community college, because we are the most undereducated part of the whole city of Fresno. We're a food desert. We have no health care in most of that area. As this plan is waiting, we have developers that are marching up, trying to get their shovels in the ground before we have a chance to really implement a really future forward-looking urban plan, where we have grocery stores on the bottom floors and housing on the top, and maybe rooftop gardens and underground parking, so we can have cleaner air and lower temperatures in climate change. There's future that is happening in cities across this city, and we have this big area of space that we can have that future of Fresno that we all dream about. But if we just continue delaying things and we don't allow plans to go forward and be under consideration, we're going to lose that opportunity. We're going to have more of the same, big parking lots and buildings that just waste space that can be used for parkland and for healthier living in our community. And that's the plan that we're trying to get passed by you, and I certainly hope that whatever your concerns are, you can get this vote back within a month, so that we can start 2023 looking to how we actually get it built out. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to move over to Zoom. That's all the yellow cards I had for this particular subject. There were other yellow cards that I sorted into other items. So appreciate all of you who filled one out and were specific about what item you're here to speak for. I'll move into Zoom so we can finish off the general public comment here. First speaker on Zoom is going to be Sarah Carter. Sarah, are you with us? Go ahead and unmute. It's your opportunity to speak. Sarah Carter, are you with us? Okay, clerk, let's move to Brenda Quispe.
Good morning, Council.
My pronouns are she, her, ella, and I'm here to speak of the youth fee voucher program. I think it's still being discussed. Like, I'm not sure where in the process it is exactly, but I was hoping that we can get an update, seeing how it is so important that we have this opportunity available to all our children. I would really like it to be something where we make those connections with our community, and then let our youth know that we value play, right? We want them to be active. We know that there are so many, not just physical benefits, but mental health benefits as well, as also that interpersonal skills, teamwork, leadership, building those relationships between peer-to-peer and also with community members. So please, I would like to know what is going on with the youth fee waiver voucher. Thank you.
Our next speaker on Zoom is going to be Anna Wells.
Hi. Yes, good morning. My name is Anna Wells, and I am here to speak with Parks Advocates United to talk about the youth fee waiver voucher program. I'm very pleased to have our voucher program adopted, and I look forward to seeing the impact of this investment on our young people. I do want to emphasize the important piece of our ask, and that is the vouchers be available for young folks involved in activities outside of the city parks programs. There are so many, organizations outside of the city with people who, outside of the city with very little resources, who are already making really important investments towards the thriving of our youth, and being able to support these already established relationships and community investments is an important aspect of this really exciting, pouring of support in our in the thriving of our young people. Thank you.
All right, next speaker on Zoom is going to be Natalie Delgado.
Hey, good morning, Council. I am Natalie Delgado with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I am commenting on item 1J ID 221507 in response to the South Central Specific Plan Environmental Impact Report process. The analysis of the environmental impacts of the 3 zoning map alternatives will confirm the statistics that we have already seen in CalEnviro screen. South Central Fresno ranks for having the highest percentiles for pollution burden and poor health outcomes in the state due to the city's racist history and dumping industry within this area, and is composed of mainly low-income communities of color. The City Council could not continue to allow permits and applications of development projects to increase without clearly defined limitations and standards in place that protect the community, which need to be included in the establishment of a specific plan. Due to this, the City of Fresno must halt the approval of any industrial development permits until the specific plan is completed. Additionally, the city must thoroughly assess numerous significant impacts that already exist within the South Central Specific Plan area and what any further development will have on the environment, public health, and housing for South Fresno residents. The SCSP must adopt enforceable mitigation measures, including the pilot program of the Community Benefits Fund. Currently, by allowing continual permitting of projects without a specific plan in place, there is no accountability or requirements for project developers to protect the community that they are infiltrating. Additionally, the heavy-duty truck reroute study and accompanying health analysis is underway as part of the AB 617 Community Emissions Reduction Plan. In regards to the extended deadline of the environmental impact report, the city must require Asset Environmental Incorporated to proactively and meaningfully engage residents in this process. The South Central Specific Plan represents a vision for the future development of South Fresno, and it is essential that the feedback of the people who live there be incorporated. Lack of planning and consideration has already severely impacted the area covered by the specific plan. The city of Fresno cannot move forward with further industrial permitting, at least until critical processes are underway that will establish standards and protections. In fact, even Attorney General Rob Bonta made it clear that the city explicitly targets communities already heavily burdened by pollution for new industrial development. This policy and other aspects of the draft plan likely violate state housing or environmental justice laws and certainly violate the spirit of these laws. Bonta has made it clear that these environmental injustices need to halt. The city of Fresno must not permit industrial uses until all of the following relevant processes are completed: a South Central specific plan that is developed through the consistent input of residents, a truck rerouting study and health analysis that fully captures pollution and health burdens and mitigation measures, an established North Point legal settlement agreement with the South Fresno Community Alliance committing the city to mitigations to improve and protect the community.
Natalie, thank you. We're over time at this point. Thank you for joining us this morning. Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Des Martinez.
Hello and good morning. I'm calling because I'm concerned about the youth over at Step Up. Every single morning that they need to go to school, they have to cross that busy intersection where there's nothing but work trucks, utility trucks, and multiple semis. Very busy morning. I sit there in the mornings when I go out to the street family members and I watch these youth cross that busy intersection. I'm just wondering if the city is waiting for somebody to get hurt in order for them to make a crosswalk right there for them. Also, on October 3rd, we had another incident with Fresno police officers assaulting an unhoused member. They wanted to take his property, and when he refused to let them take his property, they said, "We're going to store it for you." He refused to let them take the property. He then walked away from the property. His girl was trying to keep the property because she was begging. There's video of her begging the police officers not to take her stuff because she had her clothes, her food, her dog food, and her skin medication that she needs in order to be out here in these elements. When the police officers did try and take the box from her, the husband came back towards it and automatically he was told he was under arrest. He asked numerous times why he would be under arrest. At that point, he was attacked by Fresno police officers, taken to the ground. He hit his head on the ground. About the time I got there, he was in the back of the homeless task force truck, and I requested that he goes to the hospital or an ambulance be called because he was bleeding from his head. He went to the hospital. He was transported finally to the hospital by homeless task force upon my request, and once he got to the hospital, he was not done with a thorough medical. They didn't check his head for a CT, they didn't put stitches in his head, nothing. They just signed off the paperwork and said he's ready for jail. He went over to jail and was cited out, only to be returned to Roding Park where his wife and him had to sit out there all night with no blankets, no food, none of her medication for her skin condition, nothing for the dogs, no shelter, no blankets, no nothing, because they had to wait till the next day to go over to 8th Street to claim their stuff. When do we stop with the mental warfare on the unhoused community when you guys know there is nothing? You guys still haven't done anything about Parkway Liquor. They are stealing food stamps from people. They are allowing the trafficking that is going on. There was just an incident over there again, and you guys knew this last year. I've been repeating myself over and over. When do you guys care about D3? When do you guys care about the low-income neighborhoods? When do you care about the unhoused community? There's so much money coming into our city for the unhoused and for the low-income population, and yet today we are still not seeing anything to help these individuals that are out here suffering, not to mention the children. So when do you guys start caring?
Thank you, Des. Our next speaker is going to be Brandy N.
Hi, thank you so much. I do want to echo, having heard that, ask that you would take action and respond to the things that Des said, as this is not held, this is
not helpful or for anyone involved. Certainly not making sustainable changes in a way that is helpful and is harming people. And I've been hearing about people who have lost things, including someone who was in the hospital and the day after her stuff was taken and it had her medications that she had. So I do ask for that. Regarding 1K, I am very grateful that we are getting more capacity for homeless youth and very much support that, and thank you. Regarding cooling warming centers, I wanted to make a request before it gets cold because I'm already starting to feel it. And I noticed that in a newspaper article said I was critical of the resolution for the warming and cooling center, the changes on there. And I want to correct that that is not true, because every single thing that was on the resolution that you passed last time was absolutely needed. Changing it to 100, expanding the amount of time that you were notified, changing the hours to be later in the summer is absolutely crucial. And I'm very, very glad that those changes have been made. I do want to ask that the council, before it gets cold, because it will happen very quickly, to see what we can do to expand, to address some of the things that I've emailed before, to increase capacity, to make sure that people do know about it, and blocking off a big chunk of time like last year would be so helpful, because when people, like I mentioned before, when people know and we can tell, and we all know ahead of time and can tell people it's going to be open from this date to this date, then more people can access it and it'll be more successful. But also would love to see it in every district, as well as ensuring that any accessibility issues, assistance to those who are disabled and can't get to the bathroom so they can also go to the warming center, would also be addressed. So I just want to ask if those considerations be focused on in the next month, so that we have as many people saved from the cold, and that as well that the issues regarding HARP be addressed, because losing vital items like blankets and tents does endanger lives year round, but especially in inclement weather. Thank you so much.
And just to confirm real quick, Councilmember Carbasi, thank you, and Councilmember Chavez, are you both still online there?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so our next speaker on Zoom is going to be Lisa Flores.
Well, good mornings and greetings from Roding Park. I'm here on my way home, basically from my dog park group, which we typically have on Wednesday, which I had to cancel and change and move to today due to a homeless issue yesterday at my home. And I just want to relay the reasons why I don't call the HEART team. The reasons why I don't call the HEART team is because I've seen them harass individuals. And yesterday, me and my neighbors noticed we had a homeless couple living in their car in front of my house, and their car broke down. So we showed compassion. You know, we fed them breakfast. We looked for resources. They got their car jumped. They went along with their life plan. And the reason why we did not engage the homeless task force is because we see what's happening over at Roding. And that's the other issue I want to bring up. Why is it homeless task force in Roding? You know, everybody keeps telling me it's drug deals and all this stuff. Well, then I want to see the arrest statistics, because I hate to tell you guys, but you're profiling folks and the day users of Roding. Whether you're homeless or not, no matter how much stuff you bring into the park, you're a day user. And day users are not to be harassed, because you don't harass the people in the park during the heavy use days that bring in practically, actually truckloads of blankets, tents, and whatever they need to enjoy the park on the day use. Is the homeless task force going to come through and snag all their items? You know, if you're going to do things equitably in town, and we're truly one Fresno, then you treat people fairly. And right now, the homeless task force is not doing that. That HEART team's not doing that. When I've engaged with the HEART team inroading. They basically threatened to violate me for some minor car stuff. Is that the way you really want to engage people? Or do you want to engage people like me and my neighbors with compassion and with assistance versus threats? The psychological damage that you guys are doing, the psychological warfare that you're doing on the most needy of our community really needs to stop. It is not a good look, and it is not good for anybody's soul, and especially not good for the souls of the decision makers in our community, which is you. Do better, be better. Show me better. We deserve better. Thank you.
All right, next speaker on Zoom is going to be Carla Martinez.
Hi, Carla Martinez with Leadership Council, commenting on item 1I. As the city prepares to apply for PLHA funding to assist with the development of affordable housing, both multifamily and single owner units, owner-occupied rehabilitation, and down payment assistance, we want to thank the council for listening to community residents who have called for these programs for years. Now we ask that the council listen to residents' recommendations as to how funds should be distributed and prioritized. First, aside from being available to low and moderate income persons, it is critical that the funds be available to residents regardless of immigration status. Second, a comprehensive homeownership opportunity program will assist first-time home buyers not only with down payment assistance, but also with closing costs and other support that may be necessary, including financial management workshops. The program should include robust engagement and outreach to residents in all languages and to those with technological barriers. Third, owner-occupied rehabilitation applicants should be prioritized based on homes least capable of protecting residents from extreme weather to be prioritized to assure that residents most vulnerable are able to rehabilitate their homes as we combat climate change. Finally, we ask the council to prioritize the development of affordable housing in areas of opportunity so that we do not continue a cycle of segregation and continue a tale of two cities in the city of Fresno. Those conclude my comments. Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Pedro Navarro Cruz.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Pedro Navarro Cruz, and I'm speaking on behalf of CNC's Fresno Parks Advocates United Committee. I am also a District 3 resident. I want to speak on the Youth Fee Waiver Voucher Program. It is my understanding that this is in the process of being implemented. Because it was involved residents with our organization that introduced this program. I want to share that this idea came about learning what the County of San Diego did through ARPA funds to bring youth back into sports in a post-pandemic situation. The way that they went about it was to fund sports organizations that host camps and or also reimburse participants either $50 or $100 for sports-related activities, depending on two reimbursement levels. And these are based on the community score in the California Healthy Places Index, or HPI. We are not asking for this program to be an exact copy of San Diego's counties, though they do have some methodology we can pull from. I do want to highlight the importance of this program being implemented, as we know we're in a situation where many families are financially burdened from the housing situation, inflation, lack of transportation, etc. We see this program as something that can evolve into something larger as we can better understand the obstacles that families endure to have their children participate in sports and activities. Where we do feel strongly about certain criteria about this program is one, making sure that this program is accessible to families currently or potentially involved in youth sports activities outside of parks, such as the Southeast Fresno Youth Soccer Organization, Sunnyside Little League, and many other in the community. Most of these organizations are volunteer self-ran organizations that are trusted servants in the communities that they serve. Not sure if someone outside the city of Fresno should handle the application process, but an organization like Level the Playing Field could do a great job doing outreach on this program. They are already known in the soccer community, which is the sport that most youth play in Fresno. I reiterate that this program properly implemented is highly important. It should be made accessible, and we should not lose sight of the disadvantages families and volunteer-ran organizations have to involve lower-income youth in activities. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, that's going to conclude public comments. There were no more cards or folks on Zoom. Can I get a Motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda.
So moved. Second.
All right. Clerk, please call the roll. Oh, yeah, City Attorney, do you have something to say?
Yes, I need to recuse myself on item 1O,
Okay.
but can I still vote on the remainder? Okay, so just for the record, there's a recusal on item 1O.
Okay, sounds good. All right, Clerk, please call the roll.
Motion to approve the consent calendar by Vice President Maxwell, second by Councilmember Arias, with Councilwoman Soria recused on 1O. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredeveld, absent. Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
6-0, passes.
Okay. I think we only have one item for contested consent. Is that correct, Clerk?
That is correct, 1R.
1R, pulled by Councilmember
That
Arias.
was, yes.
Is this Public Works? Correct? I just wanted a quick explanation. I'm in support of the item, but I want an explanation on this hog system that's being installed in this area. I understand the need for it, given the multitude of accidents that have occurred in that area.
Yes, sir.
But I've been told in the past, when the Southwest community has asked for a hog system crosswalk in front of Orange Elementary School or next to the distribution centers, that those were not ideal for that area, and that they were only ideal for midway blocks. But I don't seem to make the correlation of the hog system as explained in the past as not a viable option for Southwest, but yet is, a viable option for Northeast. Can you walk me through why this one is the best strategy?
There are thresholds for pedestrian accidents, collisions that meet a hawk warrant that is lower than a full traffic signal. So at San Jose, San Jose and at Thomas, and at I believe White was the precursor for the hawk at Thomas. They don't meet the warrant for a full traffic signal. I don't know about the one you're speaking to, though.
Yeah, maybe Scott Mosier can address it, Director. Walk me through it, because I know in Southwest, there's a school in which currently all the trucks from Amazon and Alta run through on a daily basis, and there is no light intersection there. There's the intersection next to the distribution centers by the residential neighborhood where a hawk system was requested. So can you just give me the layman's term explanation on why we're doing hawk here and not in Southwest?
Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works. I want to concur first with what Scott Seam, our Design Services Manager, had shared about hawks. So in front of the school, for example, in the county on Cherry Avenue, Orange Center School, that would work, could work very well. Again, it's in the county. We've not evaluated that specifically, but just first blush reaction would be that could work very well. However, there was a request for a hawk at an all-way stop intersection, which is Cherry and Central, and it is not appropriate to install a hawk at any location that's already controlled by stop signs at every single approach. So if we have an intersection that's a four-way stop and we want to upgrade it, then the appropriate solution is a full traffic signal.
Got it.
So hawks are really mid-block or somewhere where basically you have a stop sign one way, but you have another street that does not stop.
And I'm not familiar with this intersection. How would you describe this intersection where the hawk system is going?
Let me turn that back over to Mr. Seam to share about Thomas and San Jose, I believe.
Thomas is a T intersection. I believe it tees into Fresno, and the same with San Jose.
Is it stop signs on all sides?
I can't recall off the top of my head.
Not for Fresno Street.
Not for Fresno.
Street doesn't have stop signs.
So only on the side streets.
Only on side streets? Okay, thank you for the clarification. With that, I'll make a motion to approve. I just need to fully understand, because some people would say, we did it here, but we're not doing it over there. And I want to make sure there's some engineering differences on why we're picking certain strategies.
Councilmember Arias.
Motion to approve.
Councilmember Arias, just really quick, I just want to make sure also we talked about the orange centers because it's a county intersection, not ours.
Yeah, I know it's one of the many challenges explained to our residents that half the road is owned by the county and half by the city, and unless the county agrees to it, we can't do it, and the county would agree to it if we pay for the whole thing and upgrade the whole thing, which is a whole nother challenge of rural versus urban.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so there we have a motion. I'll go ahead and second that. Clerk, please call the roll.
All right, motion to approve 1R by Councilmember Arias, second by Council President Esparza. Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
All right, that concludes consent. We got that done in the morning. That's an improvement for us. So let's move on to the timed items. 10 a.m. Number 1, consideration of the mixed-use text amendment. I do have a couple of cards, yellow cards, filled out for this one. So we'll go out to the public on the 10 a.m. number 1 item. First card I have is Brennick. With respect to the mixed-use text amendment.
My name is Brunette, and I'm with the Heat for Southwest Fresno Community. We're in objection to it because we don't have any paperwork on it. So how are you going to make an amendment to the general plan and you don't even have it out here for people to look at it? So are we entitled to look at it or not? Obviously, we're not, because we don't have anything on it. So if you're going to amend the Fresno plan, we would like to have a copy of it before you even vote on amending it.
All right, next speaker is going to be Ivanka Saunders.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ivanka Saunders. I'm a policy advocate with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. While this mixed-use text amendment on paper states that it intends to improve the possibilities of creating more housing capacities along the city's transit corridors by removing density caps, there are also negative consequences that will allow for a perpetuation of the north-south City of Fresno inequitable divide. This text amendment will not improve the vision of One Fresno. We contend that the goals of this mixed-use text amendment are not solely about achieving more housing capacity, but rather an attempt to avoid liability for violating SB 330 through approval of the plans and applications before council today, including what was going to be on the West Area Specific Plan, the 92-acre Elm Avenue rezone that community opposes returning to light industry, and the Bucetto Food Processing Company's expansion to rezone residential single-family housing land to light industrial zoning. These rezones are all at the core of why this mixed-use text amendment is happening. This text amendment will allow for more industrial uses in Southwest Fresno by removing the single-family housing capacity and by removing the commercial mixed-use zoning that also includes housing capacity. This text amendment allows for urban sprawl of market rate housing in the West Area Plan without creating available land in that area to be used for affordable rental housing units. This text amendment allows NIMBYism in the West Area Plan and allows for continuing the heavy dumping of light and heavy industrial uses in the communities of Southwest Fresno. This text amendment perpetuates the same poor land use decisions that impact communities of color and low-income citizens by not allowing for opportunities in newly developed communities like the West Area Plan, nor does it allow for the Southwest Specific Plan to continue its vision of decreasing industrial impacts on the communities there. We ask that you review in great detail the consequences of this text amendment. Thank you.
All right, I don't have any more yellow cards. I'm going to move over to Zoom. I have a few speakers lined up there. First speaker on Zoom is going to be Nisha Valles.
Good morning, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Good morning, council.
Yes, welcome.
Hello. My name is Nisha Vias. I am with an attorney with Western Center on Law and Poverty. We submitted a letter on behalf of Central Valley Urban Institute that I believe the council members have. That letter is dated October 11th, 2022. I direct your attention to our comments there in which Central Valley Urban Institute expresses grave concerns about this mixed-use text amendment, especially in relation to the proposals to downzone in the Southwest Fresno specific plan area. We join the comments that Ivanka Saunders from Leadership Council so eloquently stated regarding the concerns and therefore opposition to this agenda item, as well as the concerns raised by Attorney General Rob Bonta in his letter dated October 11th, 2022. In sum, this text amendment is an attempt to justify the downzoning in the Southwest Fresno Community Plan area, and therefore justify the entrenching and expansion of industrial uses in contradiction to the community-led planning effort that was undertaken and adopted by the city of Fresno in 2017. And therefore we urge you to in conjunction with the other proposals before the council today to reject this matter and reconsider. Thank you.
All right, next speaker on Zoom is going to be Brian Flynn.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Oh, thank you very much. My name is Brian Flynn. I'm an attorney with the law firm Lozow Drury. I'm here on behalf of the Laborers International Union of North America, Local 294, or LIUNA. LIUNA is requesting the council not approve this project until an EIR has been prepared in accordance with CEQA. Rather than prepare an environmental impact report, the city is relying on a negative declaration. Under CEQA, the negative declaration is not appropriate if there's a fair argument that the project might result in significant environmental impacts. LIUNA submitted 2 comment letters on this project, which included analyses from air quality experts and wildlife biology experts. These expert comments establish a fair argument the project might have significant impacts to air quality, greenhouse gases, energy use, and biological resources, thereby requiring a full EIR rather than the negative declarations. For biological resources, LIUNA's expert, Dr. Sean Smallwood, conducted a 2.5-hour survey of the project site. He observed 38 species of wildlife, including 3 special status species that are given heightened protection under CEQA. Based on his observations, Dr. Smallwood concluded that the negative declaration incorrectly claims that the site could not support wildlife species. He also criticized the declaration for its incomplete characterization of the project setting, its failure to address habitat loss and wildlife movement, and its failure to address the impacts of wildlife from collisions with project-generated traffic. Given these potential significant impacts, there's a fair argument that it will have significant impacts, which means a full EIR is required. The declaration also fails to meet CEQA's requirements for analyzing energy impacts. It claims that energy impacts will be less than significant because the project will comply with Title 24 building standards. However, the California courts have been clear that compliance with Title 24 does not satisfy the requirements for an adequate discussion of energy impacts. The project's conclusory energy analysis must be revised in order to comply with CEQA. And lastly, the negative declaration's analysis of air quality impacts is also lacking. LIUNA's air quality experts found that the air model used for the project utilized unsubstantiated parameters that resulted in an underestimation of the project's emissions. Due to this underestimation, the negative declaration's conclusion that the air quality impacts would be less than significant is unjustified, and these errors need to be corrected in an updated air model in an EIR. So for those reasons, LIUNA is requesting the council not approve the project. Instead, the project should be sent back to staff and a full EIR should be prepared prior to any further consideration. Thank you very much.
All right, next speaker on Zoom is going to be Michael Lynn Lewis.
Good morning. I want to say two things. First of all, I was on the Southwest Pacific Plan Steering Committee, and I spent 2 years of my life on that committee because I felt it was important enough. Everybody on that committee felt it was important enough to get this thing right. So what we put on that in the plan, we meant it. We meant absolutely every word, and we don't need someone to come through and keep chipping away at this plan. Secondly, this morning as I was leaving for work, all I could smell was a stench in the air. I live in Southwest Fresno. I smell a stench almost every single morning. And when I'm over in North Fresno, where I have to spend my dollars because there's nothing of quality over in Southwest, I see the difference. I see the cleaner air. I see the clearer streets. I see everything that we do not have. I'm asking you at this point in time to go ahead and reject this plan. Thank you.
All right, next speaker on Zoom is going to be Eric Payne.
Good evening, Eric Payne, Executive Director of the Central Valley Urban Institute and resident in the proposed project plan area for the 92-acre rezone. But specifically, we stated our concerns with the mixed-use text amendment. We would love to work with the administration to mitigate many of our issues that we've brought forward. And we recognize that this is fundamentally harmful to the Southwest Fresno community and the broader community. We recognize that this neighborhood is already environmentally burdened with hazardous pollutants. And we would hope that you and your colleagues on the council would recognize how harmful and dangerous this proposal is. And seek to work with community residents. Again, we thank you for your consideration of our letter and for the opportunity to present before you this morning.
All right, next speaker on Zoom is going to be Kyle Lopez Schmidt. Kyle, go ahead and unmute. You have 3 minutes. Kyle?
Great. Can you hear me now? Sorry about that. Kyle Lopez Schmidt, Executive Director of the South Tower Community Land Trust. The South Tower District has several of these mixed-use corridors, so this text amendment impacts our work significantly around trying to increase housing in our neighborhood, and we're supportive of removing density caps. However, not supportive of this at the expense of neighbors experiencing negative impacts of industrial uses, which also includes our neighborhood with the massive producers complex that has at different times proposed expansion, but is very unclear how that's moving forward. So recommend that this be revised to not be tied with expansion of industrial uses and more deeply engaged in how this will land in our communities, including more testing of existing sites. I worked on the development of 541 at South Tower, which is a 23-unit mixed-use development. And the density caps weren't a problem with that project. So would definitely be welcome to having more in-depth conversations on how this lands on the ground in our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Okay. No more cards or folks on Zoom, so we'll go to close public comments on the 10 a.m. number 1 item. Council, do we need a presentation or anything? Or we're ready to take action?
Motion to approve the item as revised to eliminate the ministerial approval for housing projects.
Second. All right. We have a motion, we have a second. Any council comments?
I have just a quick question.
Councilmember Butterfield? Yeah.
Yeah, for Jennifer, if I could. So the one caller was saying they didn't feel that they felt that the project needed an EIR, not a negative declaration. What's the staff's position on that?
Yes, Councilmember Bredefeld, Jennifer Clark, Director of Planning and Development, thank you for that question. We believe that the speaker was actually speaking about item 10 o'clock, number 2, but we do have our environmental consultant in the audience who could answer those questions. So these are primarily developed and infill sites in the city in our mixed-use corridors. But if you'd like for me to ask Brennick Emerson of Precision Engineering to answer that question, we certainly can.
I would, just
Okay.
again,
Yep.
briefly, just to answer.
On the record, sure.
Yeah.
Good morning, Council President, Council members. Brennick Emerson with Precision Civil Engineering. So the speaker was speaking to another item on the agenda, which we also worked on the CEQA document on that project. So I am familiar with that letter and the responses to that. So it's a different project. He was not speaking to the mixed-use text amendment. And the mitigated neg deck is thorough. There was no need for a full EIR.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Arias?
If I may, just Council President, you know, during public testimony, every council meeting, we typically hear 3 to 4 hours of public testimony, and they fall into certain categories. Today is no different. You have the community asking that we generate more housing, more shelters to house the homeless. You have residents asking for buffers for new housing, residents that want to see more single family, not so much multifamily in their new specific area. You have residents who are in the rural fringes of the city, in the rural areas, asking for the city not to infringe and grow into their areas and be left alone for rural living. And then you have the state mandating that as a cities fast track new housing and go with higher density housing across all areas. Then you also have the record rents going up because of the lack of housing stock, while wages don't grow up, don't increase. So simply just pointing that out is that this housing text amendment would generate thousands of new housing units across the city that are much higher density than we have seen in the past in the public transit corridors that we have intentionally invested, having bus routes in those areas. This is one component of that, but it is a very difficult task that we have on hand to try and balance all the competing interests. Everyone needs to have access to housing that's affordable, that's safe, that's maintained. We as a city have to accommodate all that new housing while trying to limit the impact it has on existing residents and rural neighbors. So I just want to say that this housing text amendment may not be perfect, but it is a step in the right direction, and it does meet our obligation in this housing crisis to generate more housing. So I appreciate everyone's feedback and concerns that we've received every meeting and during all public hearings, but I'm ready to support this item because it is one step in the right direction to try to increase the housing stock in the city of Fresno in the middle of a housing crisis where we have more unhoused people every day than we had the day prior. And we still have 2,400 people living in the streets of Fresno. And a lot more are going to be living there if we're not producing the housing necessary to accommodate those folks who are going to retirement and who have, fixed incomes as they enter retirement. So thank you all. I'll call for the question.
All right, clerk, roll call.
Motion to approve 10 o'clock number 1 by Councilmember Arias, second by Vice President Maxwell. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
No.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Passes 6-1.
All right, council, we have, it's 11:46. Let's try and squeeze in the 10 a.m. number 2 before we go to lunch. We got about 7 cards for this item. Hear from staff.
Good morning, Council President, Council members. Philip Segrist with the Planning and Development Department. The items before you for consideration are Plan Amendment and Rezone Application Number P20-04209, Development Permit Application Number P20-04211, and the related environmental finding. As proposed, the proposed project would allow Baseto Foods to consolidate all 4 of their existing food production facilities that are currently based in Fresno into one consolidated food production facility. Both the Council District 3 Project Review Committee as well as the Fresno City Planning Commission both recommended approval of the project and recommended adoption of the related environmental finding. To date, 3 comment letters have been received in response to the environmental assessment, and responses to those comments have been included in Exhibit N of the staff report as well as the supplemental attachment. In addition, 1 comment letter in opposition has also been received in relation to the item, and that has also been included as a supplemental attachment. Otherwise, there are no other changes to the staff report or no changes to staff's recommendation. And staff's available to answer any questions, and I know the applicant has a presentation as well.
All right, we're gonna go to the public at this time. Again, this is the 10 a.m. number 2 item, rezone of 19 acres at the corner of Southwest and West Church Avenues. So not to be confused with the number 10 a.m. number 3 rezone. That'll be the next item we take on. So again, I have 7 cards with respect to the 10 a.m. number 2. First speaker is going to be Brennick.
My name is Brunette, and I'm with the Heat for Southwest Fresno Community. And once again, we are in objection to this Southwest Fresno specific plan. This goes from Central all the way out to past 180. It encumbers past, I want to say, well, in other words, it goes all the way into downtown. This Southwest Fresno specific plan did not include the community. This plan been in effect since 1969. It's in your paperwork. The community didn't have a say. You guys appointed different groups, steering committee and everything else, and did not have a community meeting. We did not agree to this. Areas, when we brought it forth to him when he was running, he said it was gentrification, but now he still stands behind it. We also have Esmeralda, whose fiance, husband, whatever he is, Terrence Frazier had this project back in 2008 with the same appraiser numbers. It's the same identical project. We are in objection to this because it calls for gentrification. You cannot take bits and pieces out of this Southwest Fresno specific plan and say this district, that district, it's all one district, and that's District 3. And you can't separate it. This goes from Valentine's, because I lost my thought, from Valentine's all the way into downtown. This encumbers everything, Kearney, everything else. You cannot take this project in pieces and try to piecemeal it together. This is all District 3. We are in objection to it, and as we say, Esmeralda, she voted on it, and she shouldn't be voting. She should have recused herself, and I don't know why that you guys are still allowing her to vote on it, and she shouldn't be voting on it.
All right, next speaker here in the chamber is going to be Lily Pencotti.
Hi, I'm Lily Pancotti. I live in Southwest Fresno. I love Southwest Fresno. I look at a lot of you people up there, and I sit and I watched, and I watched. Some of you don't care because your finger is not shutting that door. Now, for you to sit and vote on something and you have not read your book, and the people that's on the steering committee have not read the book, now that they're seeing some things that they don't like, they want to start backtracking. A little bit too late. But I'm here to let you know I don't like it. And you ought to be ashamed of yourselves. You're going to displace people in Southwest Fresno for what? Greed. And it's shame. I sit here and you said Fresno, it's a place where you guys want to make everything nice and beautiful, except for Southwest Fresno. You can care less about Southwest Fresno because it shows in your book. We have a mayor here. Have you read the book? It's sad, the things that they're planning on doing to Southwest Fresno. It's not, we want nice things in our community, but to who it costs? We'll give you a store, but we're going to take this. We're going to do this, but we're going to take that. I promise you, you won't do it on the other side of town, and you know that. And it's sad that you can sit there and you probably say, oh, that young lady don't know what she's talking about. But my father lived to be 103 years old. He told me, if I tell you a hen dips snuff, don't call me a liar. Look under a wing.
All right, next speaker here in the chamber is going to be Ivanka Saunders.
Hello again, everyone. My name is Ivanka Saunders, policy advocate with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. While the plans of the new Bucero Foods building have been described to the District 3 Implementation Committee and Planning Commission as being built with the newest and greenest technologies, that is besides the fact, and main point again, is that the city should not allow for the rezoning of single-family housing to light industrial zoning within the Southwest Fresno specific plan. The approval of this rezone application and plan amendment violates the city's duty to affirmatively further fair housing under AB 686, and it violates SB 330 by losing single-family housing capacity during a housing crisis. Oh, that's right. You think that because of the creation of the mixed-use text amendment, that it's okay to rezone housing capacities to industry in a community of color. No, that's simply wrong. The approval of this rezone will be confirmation to the communities of Southwest Fresno, where it is majority residents of color, that again, this city does not truly believe that they matter nor have the same right to a healthy quality of life. You are hearing from multiple people voicing the concerns today that they worked with this city for years to create a specific plan that is as equitable and fair as the specific plans for the communities of North Fresno. But this council has no concern or problem with allowing the Southwest specific plan to be ripped apart to allow for industrial developers and businesses to continue to be sited in their communities. Our Attorney General, Rob Bonta, just recently opposed the rezoning of the 92 acres Elm Avenue project. The approval of this application for rezoning to light industrial from housing is no different and will be proof to the AG that this city continues the patterns of racist and discriminatory land use practices and that it's not just a one-time decision. This pattern is not legally defensible. The city has granted 2 state competitive grants known as the Transformative Climate Community Funding as well as AB 617 Community Air Protection Funding to rectify this city's historical racist land use practices, yet even with accepting that funding, the city continues to make decisions that perpetuate the same problems. We urge you to not approve this rezone and plan amendment. Thank you.
All right, next speaker here in the chamber is going to be Sean Robinson.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Sean Robinson. I am a West Fresno resident. Just have a little something to say. I disagree that the community is aware of this plan, and we should have a holistic community approach that's inclusive of the people that will be affected by the pollutants. They will be exaggerated into our community. Our side of town has been redlined since the early 1900s, so it has been a plan for West Fresno to be one of the poorest parts of the city. I have family that owns property on Sampson Avenue that knows nothing about this plan. In reading this plan, there are some things stated about the residents that are cruel and disappointing, such as we are labeled a food desert. I read in the book that Edison High School has some of the lowest scoring possible. I think it was about 760, in which I didn't know that this book had been written in 1969. Because last year, Edison High School had 215 valedictorians. And so it seems like we really need to revisit this thing and take a deeper look into West Fresno. West Fresno has so many industrial pollutants. I don't know if it's any other side of town that has more the smell than us. One thing that I do know is that no one in West Fresno, I can't say no one, but a lot of West Fresno residents do not know about this plan. And so, just like she said, the Attorney General is calling this misguided and potentially unlawful. I think that we need to look into this more as a community and as a city. Thank you.
All right, next speaker is going to be Reef Goodwin.
How you doing? My name is Reef Goodwin. Speaking from the perspective of a West Fresno homeowner. I want to know how and when did you make the community aware of this program, of what's going on? I didn't know. I don't have any. I didn't have any recollection of it at all. I'm just finding out about this. I heard a gentleman in the back, you know what I'm saying, we was back there talking and he was saying something about church in West, the area. I'm pretty much familiar with that area. That's where I live at. I just want to know where do you guys live? Where do you guys live? Because some of these plans will change the lives of people. And where are we going to go? If this is already the poorest part of the community, where are we going to go? Where are we going to go? I wanted to ask you guys a question. Have you ever rolled down fruit in between California and Church? I guarantee you can't roll down that street with your windows rolled down. You besides smelling it, you will taste it in your mouth. You know, when you talk about pollution and all this stuff, this is something that's going on. And by putting that establishment on the other side of M, we'll pretty much be boxed in. Where are we going to go? Who is it benefiting? You know, it's pretty much saying to the people that's willing to go along with these plans, you'll be willing to change lives of people just for $1. And that $1 gonna be spent while these lives will still be changed forever. You know, I've been living in West Fresno my whole life, raised my kids in West Fresno and my grandchildren. We're gonna be raised in West Fresno. I'm against the plan, and I think, you know what I'm saying, if you guys did try to bring plans to the community, you should inform the residents and see how we feel about it, instead of just making plans from the outside looking in and saying, this is what you guys need. Maybe if you ask me a question about my community, what we need, like Miss Esther, you know, that's my proof of my West Fresno validation, you know, her right there. And some of the things that she said, I think you guys overlooked it. Every side of town has a Home Depot. We fix houses on the west side too, but we got to go across town to go to Home Depot. If we want to get some shoes, we got to go across town to go get some shoes. If we want to go to Target, Walmart, anything, we got to go across town to go to these stores. So what are you guys doing for the west side that you guys are not doing for the other sides of towns? Because all these other sides of towns have these resources. And now you're going to make the people that live on this side of town move out due to $1. But some people, we have lives over there. We have lives. My whole life is based on West Fresno. So if you guys want to make a decision about that side of town, you should advise the community and try to get some inside and outside ideas about what we need in that area. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker here in the chamber is going to be John Kinsey.
Good morning, Council President, Council members. My name's John Kinsey, and as you're probably aware, I represent the Elm Avenue landowners, and I'm here to speak in favor of this project. Like my clients on Elm Avenue, the Boceto property owners had their zoning taken away in the Southwest Pacific Plan without their knowledge, and I think it should be of real concern to the city that there are so many landowners who, as part of this process, were unaware that their properties were being downzoned and had to find out about it after the fact. Their request is to get back what they had, and they're similarly situated to Elm Avenue. There's one important distinction, though. Unlike Elm, Boceto involves greenfield development, new industrial land uses. With Elm, everything's already there. There's no practical reason or ability to expand. They've been there for years. They've invested in Southwest Fresno, over $150 million investment. We do find it a little curious that the Attorney General submitted a comment letter on Elm Avenue, but not this one, even though it involves greenfield development. We do ask that you approve the Boceto project. We think what happened to them in 2017 was unfair. And it would also be highly unfair and irregular to approve this project but not Elm Avenue. Thank you.
Next speaker is going to be Mitch Machino.
Good morning. My name is Mitch Michino. My family bought the property at the corner of church and fruit, the very core of the problems area. I bought this property more than 15 years ago, and our zone was M3. Those are heavy industrial zoning area. And my next door neighbor is Darling International, who produces those pet foods and emit lots of smells and etc. And next door is Foster Farms. And don't forget the history and the background information of this area. Residential came in, expanded into those areas, and Foster Farm didn't come in after residences expanded. And even today, after I received 18 code violations last year, little by little, by spending over a couple of $100,000 or $500,000, clean up all the messes and trash and etc. And even today, under the zoning of the current zoning, we can't get to any tenant. And the city has to have a balanced business and community issues. Of course, those residents would like to chase out all the businesses away, but our society have to have a business. People eat, people have to transport, they have to deliver merchandise and etc. So I'm listening to those community activists saying no, no, no. But again, we are living in a human life. And don't forget the history of this area. So just, I hope, Councilman, you make a right decision. I'm in favor of the rezoning. Thank you.
All right, next speaker is going to be Emily Brandt.
Hi. Council, I want to remind you and anybody from the planning department about the promises that were made in this application narrative to transform Fresno, which was based on this plan that you're talking about today, the Southwest Fresno Specific Plan. And it was marketed as an attempt to make up for decades. As Brennick said, this plan started probably around 1969. And so much damage has been done in Southwest Fresno for decades, as is attributed by the Cal Enviro screen showing that it is the most heavily burdened, pollution-burdened area of California. I think it's just unconscionable that the city of Fresno, the mayor, would want to increase the level of pollution in this community when it has repeatedly come forward again and again to defend itself against consultants and lawyers and all manner of heavy-handed people, including apparently some of you, who don't want to listen and do not care about the breathing and the heart disease and the diabetes and the death from not working in coal mines, but from living in Southwest Fresno. I really think there must be some strange plan behind a city council and a mayor wanting to put his community at risk. Please reconsider. This is very serious. Thank you.
Moving over to Zoom. First speaker on Zoom is going to be Nisha Vyas.
Good morning, council members. Again, Nisha Vyas from Senior Attorney with Western Center on Law and Poverty on behalf of Central Valley Urban Institute. We have submitted a strong opposition against this proposal as it represents just one in many of a death by 1,000 cuts of the Southwest Fresno Specific Plan. We submitted a detailed letter, detailed letters, I should say, most recently on October 11, 2022. I will summarize here some of the arguments against approving and adopting this proposal. It will result in more toxic and polluted uses in the Southwest Fresno Specific Plan area by consolidating the Boceto Foods operation there. It is inconsistent with Fresno's general plan. It violates Fresno's duty to facilitate housing development by downzoning so that the development capacity of up to 227 dwelling units will be lost in this area. It conflicts with this, of course, with the Southwest Fresno Specific Plan. It undermines it wholly. And very significantly, it violates fair housing obligations of the city to this low-income community of color. It violates the duty to affirmatively further fair housing. It also violates CEQA, and we maintain those arguments in spite of the applicant's attempts to explain away some of the oppositions based on the CEQA arguments. And it's not only unjust, as you have seen from the really passionate testimony of Black and Brown community in Southwest Fresno, but it also exposes the city to significant liability. And for those reasons and those outlined in our letter, and of course in the other correspondence and comments you have received from community members, as well as the Attorney General of the state of California, we urge you to reject this proposal. Again, on behalf of Central Valley Urban Institute. Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Kyle Lopez-Schmidt.
Thank you, Council. Kyle Lopez-Schmidt. I wanted to speak in solidarity with the community members of Southwest Fresno. I went to school at Edison, so feel very connected to the neighborhood, as well as did some work on the Southwest Pacific Plan on the community engagement team, and heard loud and clear throughout the process that the consensus amongst Southwest Fresno residents was to not add any industrial and to proactively reduce the amount of industrial in the neighborhood. And this is a direct move in opposition to that. We need this land zoned for mixed use and residential, and need to be limiting industrial in the neighborhood so that the development can happen in a more equitable way. I wanted to point out what I think is a potential error in the environmental assessment. The both operational statement and environmental assessment say that the error would be 14 to 10 trucks per day from the site. However, the building plans show 24 truck bays. And knowing a little bit about food logistics is that this type of facility would want to turn those truck bays multiple times per day, or has the capacity to. So in the environmental assessment, they're using numbers that are dramatically reduced from what the capacity of this facility is. And there's no safeguards to keep them in their operations from increasing trucks up to 75 or even 100 trucks per day if you turn one stall per 3 to 4 times per day, which is possible in this type of logistics. So wanted to point out that error and reiterate my opposition to rezoning any land in Southwest Fresno to be industrial. Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Lisa Flores.
Well, simply put, I support the residents of the West Side.
Thank you, Lisa. Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Anna Wells.
Hi, yes, my name is Anna Wells, and I just want to echo the overwhelming concerns from the residents for this plan. It's unsurprising, but incredibly disappointing to see the city yet again ignoring the concerns and requests and the efforts that have been going on for so long to include the community and in addressing the concerns that have been ignored for so long, and to just do it again. To disregard the health and well-being of the residents of the West Side again after a process intentionally gone through to not do that. So yeah, I just want to echo their concerns. Thank you.
Lisa, we're going to come back to you. I understand there was a technical difficulty. That was not the full extent of your comment, so we'll give you your full 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. First off, thank you for this opportunity. Just want to say that, Mr. Kinsey was up here and he was talking about his project. Well, if you approve this project, you're going to have to approve his. So, there's his special interest. Also, too, it just seems to me that Fresno is really messing up and just not doing their plan use, development, and approval process correctly. You seem to not want to care what what the residents say. And on this specific one, I have to agree with the residents. None of you guys live west of the 99. I know for myself, I have congestive heart failure. I can't drive all the way into West Fresno without having major physical problems because I cannot breathe the air. And, you guys can't make it worse. Because my question to you, what is a life worth? And if you approve this, you need to literally tell me how much is a life worth to you, because you will be impacting somebody with congestive heart failure in the West Side. You will be shortening their lives. I want you to really think about the decisions you make with land use and how it affects a person's life, their health, their economic stability. You know, we no longer as a city should allow the continuing dumping of industrial situations in West Fresno, period. End of discussion. If we really truly care about our neighbors, if we truly are one Fresno, we would care about the water, about the air, about the quality of life. Why is their quality of life valued so less than those in Carbassi's district or Bredefield's district? Why is it? Somebody needs to answer that question for me because I'm really kind of curious. How much is a life worth to y'all? Thank you.
All right, next speaker on Zoom is going to be Eric Payne.
Hello, Eric Payne, Executive Director of the Central Valley Urban Institute and West Fresno resident. We have expressed our concerns on this request with Brisetto Foods. We believe that this is in bad faith bargaining with the West Fresno community relative to the West Fresno specific plan. This is not what we hear from residents that they want to see in their neighborhood. This is not the green economy that residents are saying that they would like to see. These are not the green jobs that residents would like to see. We can stand behind good policy and good planning. We saw it with the Strategic Growth Council's investments in TCC and Blue Ocean Development and the new community college campus that's coming to the neighborhood, the electrification of our bus routes along that corridor. That's good planning that we can stand behind. We cannot in good faith continue to support bad policy, and we strongly oppose this project. Thank you for your time.
All right, next speaker on Zoom is going to be Michael Lynn Lewis.
Good afternoon. Again, I oppose this whole plan or this whole amendment because I can't stress enough how bad this is going to be for us and how bad it's going to look for the city of Fresno in particular. I can't understand why a group of people would say that they didn't get the notifications about this. I sat on that committee again for 2 years, and I know for sure, and you can go down to the city planning department, I'm sure, and look at the record of how many notices were out there. So the attorney who said that these businesses were not notified needs to get his facts straight. The other part of this is, when will you come out here sometimes and just spend a day trying to breathe the air out here? When will you come out here sometimes and just go up and down the streets and look at the demise of what this community looks like? So we did this so that our community would be something that we could be proud of. West Fresno has produced a number of people who are known around the world to represent Fresno, and you jump up and you claim them and you celebrate them, but then you don't go back and see where they came from. So I would like you to just really reconsider deep down in your heart, just let your heart make a vote this time instead of your minds about what's good for this community. If you lived over here, you would know what we're going through. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, well, that'll conclude public comment for the 10 a.m. item number 2. No more cards, no more folks on Zoom. We'll come back up to the council, and I have Councilmember Carbassi who is punched up.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just want to thank the public comments. So no one from the city staff or any of the interested landowners have approached me on this. I'm just reading my packet and reading the comments I've received. I've only received 2 comments from residents in my district about this particular item, but did receive a letter from a unified group in our Black community like Dr. Curry and Pastor Lewis, who I really, really respect a lot. And So looking at this, in light of what recently happened in Los Angeles, where a clear effort was made to gerrymander districts, targeting the Armenian community, targeting the Black community to take away their voice, and that we got a letter from the Attorney General on this item, just to be safe, I'm voting no on this item. And I'm not saying that's happening now, but they're on the prowl. And to know that so many members of our Black community who have historically paid the price for living in Southwest and want specific improvements made, that carries a lot of weight with me. And if we had some of their support, that'd be one thing, but to have so much unified support against this item from our Black community, it really raises a red flag for me. And on this particular item, I'm going to be voting no. So thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to make sure you know that this is the Bucetto item, not the Elm Avenue. Okay.
I do. Yep. It's still Southwest Fresno, correct?
Yes, and Council President, I do want to clarify for the record, the Attorney General did not express opposition to this item.
Councilmember Arias, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Are you done, Councilmember Carbasi?
Why not?
Okay. Thank you, Council President. Just want to point out a couple of things for the council as we go through this process. One is I do want to thank the applicant and Bucetto Business as a company, the European-based company that produces salamis. Most of their stuff is essentially just when you make the salami, based on my tour, you hang it, you let it dry. There's very little to no order outside of the facility. But this company, in my view, did things the right way. They not only had several meetings with the neighborhood and the community, they opened their doors and allowed the community to do tours of their facility. They even offered to fly the community into their northeast coast facility to see firsthand on what the new facility would look like. And that's a kind of engagement that is necessary when you're going to a neighborhood, even though you've been in that neighborhood for decades. And it's also the reason, one of the main reasons why the District 3 Residents Committee supported it and the Planning Commission. And secondly, I also want to point out that the parcels that we're talking about are essentially 18 acres that are next door to a rendering plant, a poultry plant, a reckoning yard. You tell me who's gonna build single-family housing and who deserves to live permanently next to those kind of uses. These parcels should have never have been rezoned single-family residential. When they were rezoned, they had been purchased decades earlier for this expansion. In my view, it would be a bigger disservice to put communities of color and force them to buy a home next to a rendering plant, a poultry plant, a reckoning yard, and heavy industrial uses. So that I want to be very crystal clear that that is a significant challenge for us to be allowing that kind of growth. There's supposed to be buffers for a reason. Secondly, this project on its merit, Bucetto currently has essentially 4 facilities all in West Fresno. This one facility would consolidate all facilities into one location. Currently, they take trucks and vehicle cars and employees in essentially a circle around West Fresno. The environmental study that was completed in this project concluded that it would actually reduce truck trips as a result of consolidating all the operations in one building. It would reduce the vehicle miles traveled by employees in West Fresno currently taking place. We're actually reducing pollution, we're reducing greenhouse gases, we're reducing vehicles miles traveled by doing these kind of projects. The building itself is going to be state-of-the-art, LEED, it's going to surpass all LEED requirements. The Europeans are much better at building environmentally friendly facilities. This company has not asked for 1 penny of incentives or waiving taxes or waiving fees. They're fully funding this $250 million project to consolidate all their operations. It's going to take the trucks and the vehicles that are currently using residential streets out of the residential streets, going to West Avenue, Jensen, into the freeway system, the way these kind of facilities should be structured. We're not only building this kind of facility for the benefit of the company and the jobs that are there, but it's also going to benefit the neighborhood, the landscape, the trails, the solar from day one that's going to be uploaded, the EV stations. When this project is complete, it will be an example of what light industrial uses should look like across the city that has the highest pollution in the state of California. And that's why it's gained the support from the neighbors. That's why it's gained the support from citizens committees. That's why it's gained support from some of the strongest advocates against industrial uses. So I want to make sure that we're clear that we are not creating additional pollution, additional impacts. We're actually reducing it. And the private sector is coming in and paying this level of investment. So for those reasons, council and council president, I'm going to be supportive of this project. I also want to point out one thing that, you know, it is disheartening to hear outside interest lecture us about moving forward with this project when I know firsthand they are not willing to live next to these facilities. But yet, they would be happy to force us to build houses next to these facilities. So to those folks who want to chime in from outside the area, I invite you to come in to West Fresno, tour the facility, tour the neighborhood, and then reevaluate your position to advocate against this project. Because you would see what all the residents in that area have seen. This would clean up a parcel. Doing nothing would result in that 20-acre parcel becoming a homeless encampment that I guarantee you the West Fresno residents would be calling us about on a daily basis to clean up, especially given the housing crisis that we've been in for a while. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve the item as recommended.
We have a motion on the floor.
Councilmember Arias.
There's a second. I don't see any other members punched up. Clerk, let's take a roll call vote unless other members.
Well, Council President, I did.
Okay, 11th hour. Councilmember Soria.
I just also wanted to say, you know, I think when you look at the map and what parcel we're talking about, I don't even know why we would have in the first place put housing right next to a rendering plant. It does not make sense. And I think for me, that's what the decision is today, is about ensuring that we don't have something zoned that doesn't make sense for our community. I would never want to any developer to come in and build housing there to have families live there, nor have a park in an area that does have this kind of traffic and these kind of industries in that area. And so for me, it's pretty simple. It's about looking at the future and what that corner should be, and it should not be housing.
All right, any other comments by other members? All right, clerk.
All right. Motion to approve by Councilmember Arias, second by Vice President Maxwell. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Karbasi.
No.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
6-1 passes.
All right, council, let's go to lunch, come back here at 2 o'clock, and we'll take on the 10 a.m. item number 3, the Elm rezone. We'll go ahead and proceed now that the CMAC and I think Facebook are up and working again. So We're moving on to the 10 a.m. item number 3. This is the rezone at Vine, 41, Elm, and East Chester / East Sampson. I'm not sure if there's a staff presentation. This is in D3.
Council President, I think this is the applicant's opportunity to present. I don't know if there's a staff presentation formally on it.
Yeah, either way. If the applicant would like to give a brief presentation.
Yes, good afternoon, Council. Council President Esparza. My name's John Kinsey with Wanger Jones Helsley. I represent the landowners on Elm Avenue, and we appreciate the Council's time here today. It's been a long time in the making. Between the early 2000s and 2016, the landowners redeveloped the property along Elm Avenue, the 92 acres that you've heard about before. They cleaned up a former dairy. They cleaned up some contamination. Collectively, they made about $150 million investment in Southwest Fresno, bringing state-of-the-art light industrial warehouses and good-paying jobs to the area. They're seeking a rezone back to light industrial, and the reason why they're doing that is because back in 2017, as you've heard, they were rezoned to neighborhood mixed use. They were not aware of that. And they're here today because they just want to continue to do what they're currently doing. These are a known quantity. They're businesses that exist out there. They're landowners and buildings that exist, and they've been good neighbors. They're not seeking any new construction. In fact, they can't. The properties are already built out. They can't expand from a practical perspective. And you'll hear from them about how this kind of rezone in 2017 ultimately affected them. That rezone in 2017, it caused them some real issues. It affected their ability to attract tenants, and it's going to affect that ability going forward. National tenants, when they see inconsistent zoning, they turn the other direction. They look for different communities to build in.
Just 1 second while we take care of that. That's our interpreter. We'll put them back in the channel.
Another oh, I'm sorry. Just let me know.
All right, we're going to troubleshoot this real quick. I'm getting a report that some of our audio has dropped on Zoom. Brianna, let me know when they're all back in, and then we'll give it a shot. Now he's saying, yeah, now I'm getting a report similar that Zoom audio is good.
All right, so we get to resume or more time?
We'll just wait for our translator verification.
Sure. We're good.
We're good. Let's give it a shot.
All right, so we're here to help correct this issue that they're facing. This rezone to neighborhood mixed use has caused some real problems. It's hindered the ability to attract national tenants. The 90-day period within the city's grandfathering provision, you basically have 90 days for a property to lay vacant. Otherwise, you completely lose your zoning. That's something that runs a real risk of warehouses becoming vacant. And that doesn't do anybody any good, the city, the landowners, the community. Finally, and I think most importantly, this inconsistent zoning makes it nearly impossible to obtain financing. Certainly can't obtain conventional financing. And that financing and investment is critical in 2022 and beyond because businesses need to go green. They need to invest in clean infrastructure and electrification. They can't do that without investment and without financing. They can't get that if their zoning is inconsistent. The representatives of all the landowners are here today. You'll hear from all of them. And on their behalf, I just want to tell you that I appreciate your time in considering this today. And we respectfully request that the property be rezoned back to light industrial as it was prior to 2017 and consistent with the existing uses on the property. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Arias, you have the floor, or I can go to public comment, whatever's your preference.
Public comment first, Council President.
All right, I have probably over a dozen plus cards here in the chamber. If you have not filled one out yet, please fill one out. Or if you're on Zoom, go ahead and raise your hand. Our first speaker on this item will be Emily Brandt. Emily. Okay. Next speaker will be Ivanka Saunders. Here in the chamber. No, not with us anymore. Next speaker will be Joe Leviak.
Good afternoon, President Esparza, Vice President Maxwell, and honorable members of the council. My name is Joe Leviach with Buzz Oats, and we own 2825 and 2855 South Elm. More than 20 years ago, the City of Fresno and Redevelopment Agency approached our founder, Buzz Oats, about investing in a pioneering submarket west of Highway 41. Our competitors sold against us, saying that we were in a bad part of town. We're proud of our 31 acres. We have 2 buildings comprising 517,000 square feet with 6 high-quality international, national, and local tenants employing nearly 400 Fresnans. Denying the rezone today is not the appropriate outcome. We have the potential to lose 2,000 jobs in the park, and we have no guarantee that housing will ever get built there. Our built-out project has less environmental impacts related to GHG, car trips, and 11,000 less per day, as well as a significant decrease in water use, sewer capacity, and landfill capacity as compared to high-density neighborhood mixed use. Our original zoning request, we feel, is a more appropriate land use directly adjacent to Highway 41, as well as heavy industrial to the east. So we ask the council to approach this with a citywide view because we do have ramifications beyond the district. With the rezoning, our park will continue to provide nearly $1 million in property tax payments annually. We estimate that it's been over $15 million since the park's inception, most of that staying with the city because of prior redevelopment agency involvement. We'll provide everyone the opportunity to enjoy prosperity, such as pointed out by the mayor in his State of the City address, without the ability to potentially lose 2,000 jobs. Our tenants, we feel, are essential. We have Fresno Oxygen, which provides welding services for construction industry, American Bottling Company with beverage distribution, Tire Hub. These are all things that we need on a day-to-day basis. Also IFCO, who provides support to the ag industry. Western Power Sports with motorcycle and off-road vehicle parts, as well as PODS, an international storage and moving company. So we ask council to revert back to the original zoning of light industrial for everyone to have the opportunity to enjoy what this park does from an employment standpoint. This will attract the right attention to Fresno, to attract well-paying, high-benefit jobs, and send a message that Fresno is not hostile to employers in the city. We will not put Fresno at a competitive disadvantage in attracting these new organizations because if companies don't have timely permitting, they will go somewhere else.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank
Appreciate it. Next speaker is going to be Dennis Woods here in the chamber.
Good afternoon. My name's Dennis Woods. I'm the chairman and president of United Security Bank, the only bank headquartered in downtown Fresno. And I've also provided financing to the GlaxoSmithKline warehouse. And all of these tenants, this is the best light industrial park we have. Like all of you, I'm born in Fresno, maybe not all of you, but I do come to work every day in downtown Fresno. The jobs that this park creates, the tax base, we all need it. I've been at the planning department and I've been at this morning and last time we were here. We're not all working against West Fresno. Our bank did the Kearney Palm Shopping Center, even though they keep saying there's no restaurants and there's no services in West Fresno. There is. It was a huge fight. Took me 4 years to get it through this council. It isn't just these people that are building in our community. We have problems getting things through city government. I also did rehab of the PG&E building at the north end of the mall, and I moved our headquarters from out by the university to downtown Fresno. And you've seen the tower that we financed across from the convention center. So unfortunately, there's not any local banks left in Fresno. There's 2 other ones. But we are trying to build Fresno better for everybody. I also happen to finance all of the local housing contractors. There is not a rush, I promise you, to build housing along that freeway corridor. So anyway, if we lose the zoning and we lose the tenants, the values will drop. They will not be able to get financing. And so that will just become the next blighted park. It's very important that we get the zoning back. I don't have to do another deal, but we should all know that that's a real issue for our community. So I thank you for your time, and hopefully we can get a positive vote.
All right, next speaker here in the chamber is going to be Steve Brock.
President, Vice President, Council. We were here a month ago, so I don't think we have anything new to tell you, project specific. The only thing that we're really doing is that we've made a deal with PG&E and we've ordered the switch so we can further electrify, have both car and electric truck charging. GSK, Pfizer, and Valley Children's provide what I believe to be an important service to our community and others. It's a simple request. Please put us back the way we were. I greatly appreciate your time, effort, and consideration because it's heated and emotional, but you got a tough job. Thank you. I'm glad it's not me.
All right, next speaker is going to be Nick Audino.
Afternoon, Council. Thank you for your time today. As Steve said, we have gone through this process and program a couple of times. I represent Span Development as well as Buzz Oates and the Stravinsky Group on the leasing side. So today I'm speaking on behalf of Span, and they have 9 buildings in the park totaling 369,650 square feet. We've got 15 tenants in the park. We're 100% leased, 100% built out. We're not going to be requesting any permits for any expansion outside of our envelope. So no need for any worry by anyone there. Some of our tenants, Barney Butter, they are a vertically integrated food processing company. Hill Rom, they fix hospital beds. Rizo Lopez Foods, they're a distributor of Mexican cheese products. Fruit Fillings, and our latest tenant was Medvantix. They're an online pharmacy. In that space, we have 15, 20 pharmacists that are filling orders to be shipped online. I think the legal nonconforming and the zoning issue has been pretty well presented here by others, so I won't go into that. What I did want to talk about today a little bit, though, is kind of the economic development side. So I've been an industrial real estate broker for 26 years here, and have been a volunteer for the Fresno County Economic Development Corporation as its chair for the last 6. And what we know is Fresno has a ton to offer. So when we get significant requirements that come into town or come into our area, they're asking to be located in Fresno, or it's Fresno first. And why is Fresno first? A, because it's the beachhead of the Central Valley here. It's got the largest population, biggest employee base, great school districts, several universities, international airport. So this is where they want to be. So as far as I'm concerned, every single deal that comes through our town is ours to lose. But some of the things that we've been dealing with the Elm Avenue rezone is people from out of the area are coming in and asking what's going on with Fresno. What happened on Elm Avenue? How did you guys get rezoned? What did that look like? And other people will call in, and this is state and nationwide. They go, I heard there's a moratorium on industrial in Fresno. No, there's no moratorium on industrial in Fresno, but we are having some issues getting our projects vertical, which is causing some angst. So people are talking, these issues and these rezonings and things that get in the way of our industrial market moving forward are causing us to lose deals to neighboring communities and other areas. So how do we fix it? I think step one, you already did. You rezoned the Becerra Foods property. We got a new 500,000 square foot food processing facility that's getting ready to go. Step two is rezone Elm Avenue. Get that fixed, change the narrative, and then I've got several other steps, but I guess I'm out of time. So thank you very much, and I look forward to your positive vote.
Thank you. Next speaker here in the chamber is going to be Andy Martin. Andy? Next speaker, Stephen Rayburn.
Thank you. Thank you, President and Vice President and council members. I'm here from Fresno Auction on behalf. We've been in business here in Fresno probably over 70 years, established here, and we were the first tenant in Elm. We moved in there in 2021-22. We consolidated, just like Becerra, moved all our warehousing, distribution, and main office there. We, since then, have tripled in size, being the main avenue to 41 and 99. Also, we have doubled in employees there. We provide jobs for the community. We have over 60 plus employees just at Elm Street alone. It is our gateway to the valley. Just like the property owners, we are about $250,000 a year in property taxes that we provide to the council here or to the city. And we're growing and we're flourishing in it. For us to not be able to expand within ourselves would be detrimental for our future and our growth. Okay, thank you.
All right, next speaker is going to be B.T. Lewis.
Good afternoon, Council. Pastor B.T. Lewis, 1104 Collins Avenue. Live and work in West Fresno. Also work for the city of Fresno. Nice to see y'all here today, but I want to touch on a few things here that have been mentioned. Good paying jobs for people who do not live in West Fresno. And so that's important to note, that I would guarantee you that these folks do not live in West Fresno. Landowners should pay attention to what's happening with the properties that they own. This process went on for 2.5 years. And so they should have been aware of the changes that were happening in their areas. It was happening right under their noses. These businesses are grandfathered in. They can continue to do business. It can continue to be the best industrial park that we have, as somebody said. There does not have to be a moratorium on industrial in Fresno. We just need to learn to do it in other parts of our city. West Fresno needs to not continue to be the dumping ground for industrial business. This is an age-old story. This is rich and affluent people buying land in the poorest areas of our cities and then building businesses that help them maintain their rich and affluent lifestyles. They live in other places. They do not live in the area that I live in. So we oppose the passing of this plan amendment. This plan amendment will rezone these 92.5 acres, completely contradicting the Southwest Specific Plan. We've already contradicted the Southwest Specific Plan today by voting positively on Boseto. Let's let that be it and not do it again. With all due respect, we also oppose Councilman Arias's proposed compromise that will rezone a portion of this 92.5 acres and dishonor the tremendous investment made by so many people in our community intended to change the trajectory of development in Southwest Fresno. So for us, it's not about money, it's about people, it's about principle. The real benefit of maintaining a healthy Southwest Pacific Plan is not what it yields today, but what it will bring to our community hundreds of years later. And so we're hoping that you will maintain the zoning as defined by the Southwest Pacific Plan, because I'm hoping that hundreds of years after I'm no longer here, that the trajectory of development in Southwest Fresno will indeed change. I believe it's inaccurate that the application to rezone these acres must be connected to other considerations. In spite of thousands of reasons the applicants have given you to approve this application, it would, if you would just simply deny this application, there would be no housing issue to resolve regarding the property at Elm Avenue. Please join us in protecting our community by voting to deny the passing of this plan amendment and by rejecting the compromise presented by Councilman Arias. And we are asking that the landowners, landowners to look for another option. Thank you for your time, and thank you for letting me go over a little bit.
All right, next speaker is going to be Sean Riggins.
Good afternoon, Council. First of all, I would just like to mention that I actually took the day off of work today. So I'm not here representing the agency that I work for. I'm here representing the Riggins family, in particular my father, Reverend Chester Riggins, who for decades did everything he could do to make sure that residents of Southwest Fresno had the same opportunities as other parts of the city. As someone who grew up in Southwest Fresno, when you hear and you've heard all day people talk about the pollution and all of that in that area, growing up in Southwest Fresno, we not only smelt the pollution, it was something that became almost a part of it. I mean, it was on our skin. It's, you know, if you did not grow up there, you cannot even empathize with what those of us who grew up in that area were suffered. And so I just, I'm here to oppose this plan. And actually, Pastor brought up something that I would like to see if it's possible for the council. All the companies that are talking about the great paying jobs, is it possible to get a breakdown of how many of those employees actually live in Southwest Fresno? So if that's something in your power, I would like to, I think the city would like to see that. We keep hearing about the great jobs. I'm sure they're there, but how many of those people actually live in Southwest? Thank you.
Next speaker is going to be Dr. Curry.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dr. Bernice Curry. I'm a resident of West Fresno, and I'm rising in opposition of this rezone for 92.5 acres on Elm Avenue. For the reasons that have already been shared, I will just focus on some health benefits and health issues that are so prominent and so predominant in West Fresno. I've spoken of them before. They have to do with generations of exposure, short-term and long-term, over the course of a life cycle that interrupts not only the preconception, but preterm birth, infant mortality, maternal mortality, exposure to chronic pollution, PM 2.5 and PM 10, early and excessive premature death all across the life cycle. Maybe that's not important to any of you. I'm a physician and it's important to me. But it's important to my community, which is why we have come before this group so often on the same issues for so long. When we brought the Southwest Pacific Plan for its adoption in 2017, it was voted on unanimously. 3 of those persons are still on the council: Councilmember Soria, Councilmember Bredefield, and Councilmember Chavez. At that time, you spoke about, oh, of course it makes sense to invest in an area that we have purposely and intentionally not invested in, to the extent that their health and welfare and economic lives have been changed and altered generationally. It made sense, you said. And so today, a group of owners who say they had no knowledge for 4 years of the fact that this zoning had been changed, come before you and ask you to reverse your decisions, to look us in the face, and to say to us, we're going to change it because we can. We're going to change it because we don't value your lives. We're going to change it because I'm not sure what the other reasons might be, but I can tell you that our community is really quite fed up. We fought this fight based on the fact that our community has been redlined and disinvested in, that our community suffers in a disproportionate way on health outcomes consistently. We are a part of the city. We pay taxes, and we will not sit idly by or co-sign our own detriment and we will not sit idly by. And so as people come before you and say, oh, it hurts us, change the narrative. The narrative to be changed is the one that says, I will no longer do what I have done to West Fresno. I will no longer co-sign on demeaning a community. I will no longer co-sign on underinvesting in a part of the city. If we are one Fresno, then the way we make one Fresno is to be equitable. And this request is not equitable. It is a reversal of a commitment, and it is co-signing on the death certificates of millions of African Americans, Latino Americans, Hmong Americans, all the people who you said could not live in West Fresno.
Next speaker is going to be Alan Seco. Okay. Next speaker is going to be Bob Mitchell.
Good afternoon, Councilman. I am in complete opposition to the applicant rezone that's before you at this time. The applicants are able to continue doing business as they have been doing. There's no stoppage that has to occur, and if that has not been presented to you by them, I'm saying it. They have been working, they can still work. Our community has been beset by pollution. You've heard it all. Many of you know it well. I'm not going to reiterate over and over again about what we have to live with. What I don't think you truly comprehend or understand about that is not the living part, it's the dying part. And I'm going to repeat that. It's the dying part. The pollution that we live with kills us much quicker, much sooner, brings disease and illnesses to us that we should not have. It affects our children's longevity from birth. Repeat that. It affects our children's longevity from birth. None of you would put that on your family. To expect us to sit by and say, oh, it's okay because there's some jobs we're going to get out of it. We're going to get some jobs out of it. We're not against economics. I strongly support anything that brings jobs to the city of Fresno, but I don't support the effect of those jobs that take lives away before they should leave. I don't support those businesses that cause little children to have to go to Valley Medical Center to have asthmatic treatment. I ask you to deny this rezone as it stands. There are options that could make what they desire completely possible. Let's explore that. I am also in opposition to the addendum that is going to be possibly proposed by our councilman, Miguel Arias. It does not give us the safeguards that have been sought and fought for in the Southwest Pacific Plan. I thank you for your time.
The next speaker is going to be Joe Kalpikoff.
Good afternoon, Council President, Council Member, staff. Joseph Kalpikoff, owner, CEO, Mid-Valley Recycling, located at 2721 South Elm. We are asking today for a rezone of our property and the property owners around us. As you know, Mid-Valley Disposal is a core service to the city of Fresno. We are a branch of your public utilities. We service south of Ashland 45,000 doors on multifamily, 45,000 doors. Over 3,000 businesses get serviced by our company. We process the recyclables for the city of Fresno. We help maintain our commitment to the environmental quality that the state of California requires of us to meet diversion requirements. We benefit the landfills by reducing landfill trash that goes there, and also bringing back products that help the environment and repurpose products. Our transfer station is a facility that reduces truck counts by 60%. We take 3 trucks, we put it into one, we send that to the landfill. One of the issues with non-conforming is what we're dealing with today. We can continue to do business. However, we live in the state of California, and the state of California has some pretty high standards on environmental standards, and we have to commit, and we've committed to CNG already. Our truck counts that come into that facility are 98% CNG trucks, alternate fuel. We're staring down a pipeline of electricity, right? Electric trucks. They're coming, the standards have already been adopted. A garbage truck today is $400,000. Electric garbage truck, $800,000. The non-conforming use to us is problematic. We take our facility, it's our collateral, our property, and we basically sign it over to the bank, and the bank gives us a loan on that property. And we can turn around and we invest that money back into newer technology, electronic trucks. I'm excited for them, but we need this property to be rezoned so I can do that, and my family can do that, and continue to serve Fresno for the next 20 years. Thank you.
We'll move over to Zoom for a few folks who are punched up on Zoom. First on Zoom is going to be Natalie Delgado.
Hi, good afternoon, Council. I'm a policy advocate with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. Residents of Southwest Fresno again ask that you deny this plan amendment and rezone application. We have submitted to you a comment letter that explains in detail a multitude of concerns as to why you should not approve this plan amendment application. Firstly, the rezone application clearly violates the City of Fresno's duty to affirmatively further fair housing. The California legislature passed AB 686, which obligates cities to overcome patterns of segregation and foster inclusive communities free from barriers that restrict access to opportunity to create healthier communities for groups protected by California law, including racial minorities, people with disabilities, and military veterans. The city of Fresno would be violating state law by engaging in land use actions and decisions that place light industry next to sensitive receptors. Secondly, until January 1st, 2025, the Housing Crisis Act of 2019 suspends certain restrictions on the development of new housing and expedites the permitting of housing in urbanized areas of the state. SB 330 prohibits an affected city or county from enacting or enforcing moratoria on housing development or certain growth control ordinances and prohibits changes to a less intensive use, including anything that would lessen the intensity of housing. The approval of the rezone application would fail to comply with the mandates of SB 330 by resulting in the loss of more than 1,400 units during the change from neighborhood mixed use to light industry. Thirdly, the rezone application does not comply with the intent and goals of the Transformative Climate Communities Program and AB 617 Community Air Protection Program. Through decades of racist land use policies endured by Southwest Fresno, the TCC and AB 617 programs identified Southwest Fresno as a recipient for highly competitive grants that focused on the most environmentally burdened, vulnerable communities throughout California. The goals of these programs are to rectify and support the city of Fresno from continuing the citing of poor land uses within communities of color. Approving the rezone application would significantly reverse the progress the city of Fresno has made and reinforces its historical trends of concentrating heavy industrial uses within communities of color. Fourthly, the rezone application is inconsistent with the intent and vision of the Southwest Fresno specific plan that involved the consistent input of Southwest Fresno residents over the course of 2 years. Residents specifically envisioned a healthier community with amenities and resources and declared the eventual dissolution of incompatibly sited industrial land uses. Lastly, the city of Fresno failed to provide an adequate environmental assessment. Per the California Environmental Quality Act, local jurisdictions must assess the potential environmental impact of a proposed project. The analysis conducted is inadequate and incompliant with state law. The Southwest Fresno community is asking you to stand up for environmentally just land use decisions and what is right for this community that has far too long been sacrificed for economic growth and that kills the people of Southwest Fresno. You have the power to say no to this application. Thank you.
All right. Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Nisha Villas.
Good afternoon, council members. Again, my name is Nisha Vyas. I am a senior attorney with Western Center on Law and Poverty. I'm here commenting on behalf of Central Valley Urban Institute, which is a local advocacy organization in Fresno and the San Joaquin Valley invested in environmental justice and the community promises of the Southwest Fresno specific plan. We have already lodged our strong opposition to this rezone application, as well as the related matters that were heard earlier today. We fear that these together are the beginning of the end of the Southwest Fresno specific plan. And as you consider whether you would not only be betraying the Black and Brown communities in Southwest Fresno, you'd also be exposing the city to significant liability. We have outlined in our letter dated October 11, 2022, the significant problems with the rezone application, including problems with CEQA, in that the applicant has provided, or the city has prepared only an addendum to the Southwest Fresno environmental impact report and no independent environmental impact report or legally sufficient environmental document as required under CEQA. We also point out that the problems with the inconsistencies with Fresno's general plan, as well as the Southwest Fresno specific plan. And quite significantly, and I join Leadership Council's Natalie Delgado in these comments, it violates the duty to affirmatively further fair housing, as well as the Fair Employment and Housing Act prohibition of citing toxic land uses in communities of color. Make no mistake, this proposal, I would entrench and expand and open the door to entrenching and expanding industrial uses in this low-income community of color. Of course, there's also the loss in the downzoning to industrial. We would lose the capacity for housing units at a time of a significant housing crisis. While the council may consider the mixed use text amendment a solution to that SB 330 problem that this proposal creates, it itself is wholly inadequate, does not analyze actually whether the sites are sufficient for there's no requirement of creation of affordable housing on those sites. There's no creation or there's no discussion about the creation of units that can accommodate families. So whether or not the mixed use text amendment will actually address the homelessness crisis or the crisis of people in facing housing security in Fresno is it strains belief.
Thank you, Nisha. We're over time now. Thank you. Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Lisa Flores.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I am so thoroughly disgusted right now. I just don't even know what to say. First off, Miguel, previously you said something about people's opinions that don't live in West Fresno. Well, you know, I would like to go more into West Fresno to spend my money at restaurants, at shopping centers, but I can't because I can't breathe the air because I have congestive heart failure. I cannot breathe the air. If I go to West Fresno, even for a half an hour, I'm in bed for 2 days. That's just the reality. So every time you guys are making these changes, you know, you are seriously impacting not only the community that lives there, but people who want to go to West Fresno, that want to engage in West Fresno. And you have people there saying the potential of, and you hold the potential of money making at a higher level than the potential of what are the deaths that are actually occurring because of your land use decisions. You know, I'm just generally appalled, you know, that you can pass over community residents and community outside of the west side, because, you know, I live in the tower. I feel like I'm west side adjacent. But you can take landowners that don't even live in the area, that don't even live in West Fresno. If the West Fresno area, if that site was so good and so wonderful, why aren't they living there? Why aren't they breathing the same air that they're creating? You guys need to do better, and you need to vote this down, please. Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Debbie Darden.
Good afternoon. My name is Debbie Darden. I'm the chair for the Golden West Side Planning Committee, also the chair for BAPAC, Black American Political Association of California. I stand in support of my colleagues who have spoken along with others in opposition of this project. I do want to make emphasis in regards to the gentleman that spoke up regarding the waste disposal over on Elm and how he spoke so highly of the importance of having that rezone so that it continues to take care of his family. I would like you guys to really take notice that when that proposal came to build that waste disposal in that area, we were in opposition then. We fought to have it not come to our area. We asked that they don't bring that to our area, and there was many reasons why. Part of it was the facts and data in regards to life expectancy of us losing ours by 20 years. But instead of had the prior city council and other leaders who call themselves leaders listening to us, they allow it to come. We now have that. We fought so hard and talked about the 2 dump sites that we have here in West Fresno. And the only thing that you've done is you put a patch of grass on there and you called it a park. We have to deal with that even though we were in opposition of that. Finally, after the long, hard work with the concerned citizens, finally, Darlene is finally leaving but after 15 years of working hard to remove that. Those are the things that we have to keep in mind. You guys keep talking about we really, really need to listen to the people in the community, and yet everything that we talk about continues to fall on deaf ears. Yes, we have a college coming. Yes, we got our middle school back. But in the heart of that, we're still fighting for the unnecessary and the unwanted things to come into our area. We have to keep in mind that environment dictates what your community is going to look like. So when you're looking at this and bringing all this negative impact to our community, think about the things that we're losing. We just lost Bank of America. We have one grocery store. The other ones are just mom and pops. We have mom and pops retail stores, $5 stores here, $1 here, $1 there. But we can't get the prominent retail. Many of us who can, we do shop across town because those are the amenities that we have sought and asked for, but we still cannot get. So our tax dollars go to fund those who just stood up there and have all these environmental businesses in our area. We're paying our tax dollars in your area. I haven't heard any of them talk about employing anybody that lives in this area. Only thing I have heard is they talked highly about their businesses and how important it is for them to be able to sustain their living for their family. Well, please think about ours. We're still fighting to get that quality air, that quality retail, the quality jobs, so that people don't have to continue to rent. They can become homeowners. And we don't see the cash-ins or the semis who's building Granville and building up gold mines out there north, coming over here to build in West Fresno. Granville, Mr. Semi has brought us several almond fields, and we're still waiting on that development to come by, which was supposed to have been probably about 10 years ago.
All right, Debbie, we're over the 3 minutes, but thank you.
Make your decision.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Ivanka Saunders.
Hello, my name is Ivanka Saunders, and for the record, I am speaking as a resident of Southwest Fresno District 3. You as council members can look out at this audience and not see the obvious, you can't say you don't see the obvious color divide. Look at the men that are in front of you in the chambers, who majority are all of European descent, who are the land and business owners pleading for you to continue racist land use decisions. How dare you, as majority of council members, deny your own people's historical plights that you know are true for the sake of siding with business owners and the almighty dollar at the sacrifice of people of color who continue to take the brunt of all impacts. I guess that's the definition of being a politician. You can dress up racism in a pretty diplomatic words and come up with all types of justifications, but it's still racism. Just now, in 2022, it's not with a quick noose or a sign that says your kind are less than human.
All right, next speaker is going to be June Stanfield on Zoom. June Stanfield, it's your turn to speak. Please unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, hello, hi. My name is June Stanfield. I am a lifelong resident of Southwest Fresno. I live on Ivy Avenue, which is just 1 block west of the area we are referring to. My biggest concern with that area is the Mid-Valley Recycling Center, which is a big, big environmental problem in our area. I'm constantly smelling the waste that comes from that facility. When I drive down Elm Avenue to go to North Avenue, I see trash on that street that's coming off of the trucks that's going there. It constantly happens all the time. I see trucks that are parked there waiting to be dumped. That's more emissions, fueling our environment. That is polluting our neighborhoods. And in the past, Waste Management said they were good neighbors. Well, a good neighbor knows what's going on in their neighborhood. And for 2.5 years, I was one of those residents that was on that Southwest Pacific planning at Gaston for 2 years. Not one time did they show up. But here it is, 5 years later, they come hiring a very expensive lawyer, and now they want everybody to accommodate them. When is Fresno going to accommodate the residents of Southwest Fresno? We spent 2.5 years of our life to tell you guys what we did not want and what we wanted in our own neighborhoods that we live in and pay taxes in. Those same trucks are tearing up our roads. I don't know when the last time you guys been down Jensen and Elm Avenue, but they're raggedy. They're tearing up our cars. It's in bad condition. And not one time have I heard any of those businesses say, we'll give back. But I did hear somebody say, we want to take care of their family. Well, what about my family? What about my health? I don't have any intentions of moving to Northwest Fresno or any other place in Fresno. I want to remain where I'm at, and I want to breathe the same clean air as everybody else. And don't forget, right across the street from there is a clinic, and right around the corner from there, you guys are building a senior citizen plaza, homes. Is that the kind of environment we want for our neighbors? Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Eric Payne.
Hello, Eric Payne, Executive Director of the Central Valley Urban Institute. Housing discrimination did not only depress home values, lower job opportunities, and spur poverty in communities deemed undesirable because of race. Redlining means thousands of Southwest Fresno residents are breathing dirtier air 50 years after it ended the relationship between once redlined neighborhoods and today's elevated climate risks. It suggests a woefully negligent planning system that benefits hyper-privileged, richer, and oftentimes wider communities. The trend persists across the city of Fresno at the detriment of Southwest Fresno residents with this proposed rezone application. There have been concerted efforts to undo housing discrimination, and they failed to break the shackles of history because of a racially biased, systemic effort to negate the city's obligation to affirmatively further fair housing. Redlining as one of the foundational reasons minority and low-income communities have been saddled with persistent environmental problems. The role of our local government is that we leave no one behind. And Southwest Fresno continues to be left behind by its local government. Please reject this erroneous request by the applicant. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker on Zoom is Michael Lynn Lewis.
Good afternoon again. While you guys were on break, I started thinking about something, and the fact that politicians, people who run for government, come in and say, we're going to listen to you, we're going to represent you, we're going to fight for you. So far this morning, I haven't seen any of that going on. What I've seen you do is fight for those people who have no concern for Southwest Fresno and the quality of air we breathe and the environment that we live in. So I'm trying to figure out now, is that what you're about? Is that what you're doing? Are you representing those developers, or are you representing your constituents here in Southwest Fresno who voted for you, who put you in that office, who have you guys all sitting on those daises to fight for us, to fight for our health, to fight for our betterment, to fight for our being able to thrive in a community? A lot of us can move from Southwest Fresno, but we've chosen to stay here because we grew up here, because we still love the area and we want to see the future of this area thrive just like everybody else. So I'm asking you, what are you doing as a representative? Are you representing the constituents, or are you representing the developers? Thank you.
Next speaker here in the chamber is Mrs. Mary Curry.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Mary Curry. I'm a resident of Fresno for the past 60-plus years. I want to just give you a little bit of historical background that I learned after I got to Fresno. I moved to Fresno in 1957 with one child, 5 weeks old. What I saw was an airport, a redwood frame building, community hospital, white frame building, fig garden that had figs on trees, and small businesses, but many, throughout West Fresno, and grocery stores. As I continued to live in Fresno, raise my family, I've seen the airport grow tremendously. Community hospital has just blossomed. Businesses are thriving everywhere. West Fresno lost everything. The grocery stores went, small businesses went. Now, I served on the committee, the steering committee, for 2.5 years while we planned the Southwest Pacific Plan. The city was not left out of this process. They joined in with us, agreed with the plan, and made it compatible with the Fresno City Plan. So we didn't just do this hokey pokey like, you know, people do sometimes. This was planned, well put together, and executed for 2.5 years. My concern is that you have now seemed to have forgotten that we're a part of the city. I heard people speak about the health issues, and I'm here as a living witness. I can't walk from one room of my house to the other without sitting down to rest because of asthma. I won't go ahead to all the other medical issues, but I suffer some of those very same issues that people have brought before you. And my concern is this. My husband served in the community 50-plus years as a physician, took care of many, many people, and now it's just heartbreaking to see what goes on in this city of Fresno. I've been here long enough to realize that things aren't always what they seem. When I moved here, I thought, wow, this is a different kind of place. Little boxes on houses, I'd never seen anything like it before. But what I learned is that the situation is not what it seems. People are not what you think they are. And I want you to look within your own hearts. Check your own families. I raised 5 children in this community, and most of them have left the community. But I want you to look in your hearts and see where you stand on health issues for people. I'm 91 years old, and I worked for 15-plus years on the Darling rendering plant, and thank God we've got 1 more year of Darling, and I hope I live to see it before they're gone. But nobody should work 15 years on any item. Along with concerned citizens of West Fresno, that's what we did, and that's what we've ended up with. 15 years worth of our time to get Darling to finally, in the city, to go with us to help them get relocated. I want you to think about it. Give some serious thought to this. You're talking about children's lives. You're talking about human beings. So please be conscious of that. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and close public comments and come back up to the dais. Councilmember Arias, you're punched up.
Thank you, Council President. Before I start, I just want to say thank you to everyone who's come in today, Zoomed, and provided public comments. You know, I too have children, and my children also suffer from asthma, and I have to wrestle with that reality of whether I let them grow up in Fresno or whether I ask them to move out of Fresno as soon as they're old enough, given their health conditions. I have spent the last 2 years listening to the community on this matter in dozens of meetings, in person, at churches, at schools, at people's front doors, in this building, and over Zoom. And I've been trying to listen for common ground. You know, there is no easy answer on this matter. Everyone has legitimate concerns. And what I've heard on the common grounds is everyone agrees that we should not intensify the industrial use in that area, that we should not expand industrial use in that area, and that we shouldn't close those businesses and unemploy thousands of individuals, that we should keep them open and operating, and that we should transition Southwest specific area into better uses and make significant investments in Southwest, and that the community should be involved throughout the whole process. Everyone wants to be involved and have a say. And that's why I've been pushing for more engagement, more public noticing, a wider public noticing that's required under the law, and more conversations, and giving everyone opportunity to come up with their own options. After considering all that, we also have to deal with state mandates. It was the state of California, and I reminded the Attorney General of this yesterday, that mandated that diesel trucks go away and electric trucks get replaced. And they just didn't mandate it, it was an unfunded mandate. Nobody's getting money to transition to electric cars and trucks. It's being imposed on us. It's also the state of California that's mandating that we divert organic waste from the landfills. And that's gonna leave us with some additional tough choices in the near future, talking 12 months. Do we triple the rates for people to pick up their garbage? Or do we expand existing garbage facilities to manage the organic waste diversion? And as I told the Attorney General, the state is passing these mandates, celebrating climate change, environmental justice policies, with not recognizing that all these facilities that are needed to meet those goals are in disadvantaged communities and are gonna have to be impacted. It is those neighborhoods that are gonna be impacted to meet those state standards. They are not funding them, so we have to find private financing to make that transition. And they're surely not asking for our input on what help we need to make that transition. So we find ourselves in this spot where we all have some common understanding on what's needed, some state mandates that we have to consider, but I also want to point out to the community, we haven't stayed still. If you can pop up the slide, Brianna. The Southwest Pacific Plan had some very clear goals. Reduce pollution in the area, increase investment, and transition the area to better uses. And we've done that, at least this council has. In the last 3 years, in 2019, because of the work of Ms. Curry, Dr. Curry in the community, we finally negotiated the shutdown of Darling, which was a headache for people for 15 years. We invested that money into a community initiative identified and developed by the community. We're building a new college campus in the area. We took $14 million of city funds to subsidize development of market rate housing, which is what the community asked for in the specific plan. The city's putting the water, sewer, sidewalk, curbs and gutters, streets to subsidize market rate housing in the area. We're building a brand new park in the area. We funded a South Industrial Specific Plan. We funded a citywide truck study. And more importantly, we pressed pause on new industrial uses and distribution centers until those studies were complete. We haven't done nothing. We've been working at it. In 2020, for the first time, the city funded a medical clinic in West Fresno and in Southeast. The city has never invested money in developing and opening community clinics, but we did because we knew that the market wouldn't do it on its own. We reached a settlement with Amazon for a community benefit fund to make sure that the houses that were going to be impacted by new distributions were fixed as we do them near the airport. We're investing $1 million in a food hub, knowing that the market isn't there yet for a grocery store, but we're trying to find an alternative. In 2021, we secured money to renovate all the parks in West Fresno. We finished completely redoing the infrastructure near West Fresno Elementary and Middle School that have been not touched for 40 years. We approved 800 new market rate homes along Kearney Avenue. We installed speed bumps in the residential neighborhoods near the schools because folks asked for them. We approved the largest solar farm in the city's history in West Fresno. In 22, we again secured millions of dollars to renovate all the community centers in West Fresno.
we're about to begin the process for figuring out whether we demolish and build brand new or we renovate. We're going to start construction of new market housing. We secured money with the EDC for jobs training to hire West Fresno residents for construction jobs in West Fresno. We finished up a new park renovation, and we fixed 20 neighborhoods, repaving the streets, sidewalks, curbs and gutters. Mayor's team was out there changing street signs, changing light bulbs, beautifying the whole area. We're finalizing plans to secure Starbucks and other restaurants for West Fresno. And one of the biggest requests that we got is Walmart. We want a Walmart. I get it. We've been at it with Walmart for 2-3 years now. I'm confident we'll secure a grocery store in West Fresno in addition to the one that's there. All that to say is we have not gone back on the Southwest Pacific Plan. We have honored the specific plan by investing in West Fresno and not approving any additional new industries or distribution centers and funding all the studies that we need to fund before we start down that path. And my proposal today, I fully recognize it's not going to satisfy the property owners, nor is it going to satisfy the community. But I believe it reaches a surgical balance to this 5-year dilemma that we've been under. My proposal would reject the applicant's 92-acre rezone as submitted and instead modify it. We would only rezone the areas that host the garbage facility and the pharmaceutical distribution centers, both essential services to the whole city. It's approximately 1/3 of the parcels. But we would also cap no new expansion in those facilities, no additional intensification in those facilities. We're not expanding the use, and we're going to ban 17 industrial uses that the community had already identified that they don't want in that area from those parcels. We would also require conditional use permits for operation in that area, an additional opportunity for us to impose additional limitations for operational hours in other areas. And future changes to that approach would require public noticing because there would be a rezone and a conditional use permit, so everyone is involved in the conversation. And it leaves the remainder of the parcels untouched with the residential mixed-use zoning as is. And finally, I'm open to the conversation of an overlay in the future, but the overlay is not before us today. It's not ready. We've had a couple years to develop the idea. It needs more time for it to develop, but I am open to an overlay in the future if it gains the support of the community, the property owners, and the residents nearby, because they're the ones that have to live with this immediate use. As such, I'm making this recommendation hoping that this compromise ensures these two critical services gain the private capital that they need to finance their transition to electrification mandated by the state of California. And it also protects this area, and I want to be crystal clear with city staff and the administration. In the next 24 months, we're going to have an answer to diverting organic waste in the city. In my assessment, all the facilities in the garbage facilities in the city do not have the capacity to meet that state requirement. So we're going to have to discuss and debate what facilities we expand to process that organic waste. If my proposal is approved today, the facility Mid-Valley in this area would not be an option because we're not going to allow additional expansion of or processing organic waste there. So I know that's going to create a different set of challenges for the city, but I do believe if we're going to meet the state mandate to divert organic waste into our landfills, we have to find other solutions. And all my colleagues have industrial areas in their districts, and it might be the county that's gonna have to step in and find a location that's not near residential for that solution. But with that, council, I'm gonna make a motion, and if you can put up the motion, I wanna make sure everyone sees it. Those are the 17 uses that would be banned. For the record, I'm submitting this to the city clerk as drafted by our attorneys, And I will simply make a motion and read out the technical language for this amendment. And it is the first one. And the motion is to approve the general plan application number P20-01665 with the following modifications. Approve the amendment to a Fresno General Plan and Southwest Pacific Plan to change the plan use designation for the project area from Annandale to Vine only, from neighborhood mixed use to light industrial, and approve the amendment to Southwest Pacific Plan Policy LU-8.1 as revised by this motion as it reads as follows: except for the area bounded by Vine Avenue on North Route, State Route 41 on the east, Elm on the west, Annandale on the south, in order to allow continuation of legally established non-polluting uses established by the operating as of February 18, 2021. To deny the plan amendment as the remainder of the project area south of Annandale, approve the rezone application P20-01665 with the following modifications. Approve the rezone from mixed use zoning to light industrial for the project area from Annandale to Vine only, and deny the rezone for the project area south of Annandale. For the area from Vine to Annandale that is proposed to be rezoned light industrial, the following conditions for zoning shall apply. The interior footprint of any existing structure shall now be expanded by an area greater than 20% of the existing interior footprint, as depicted in the October 13, 2022 plans. Also consistent with section 1302, the following uses will require conditional use permit: public safety, automotive repair, service station, washing, general industrial, research, development, chemical and mineral storage, recycling center, recycling processing facility, light fleet-based services, waste transfer facility. Notwithstanding, and contrary to the city code, the following land uses would not be permitted, shall not be permitted: emergency shelter, hospital parking, public or private adult-oriented businesses, aircraft sales, services and storage, kennels, large vehicle equipment sales, services and rental, motorcycle riding club, airports, helicopters, utilities, major agriculture processing, agriculture support services, crop cultivation, concrete patch plants, shooting, archery range, swap meet, flea market, towing and impound. And just so you know, I got this list of uses based on the draft overlay that the community has drafted. We've tried to incorporate as many uses to be banned that the community had already identified. And in the case that the city ever changes the definition or the uses allowed in light industrial, these following uses would still not be allowed in this area: animal raising, dairy, intensive industrial, mining, quarrying, rendering, salvage and wrecking, sales lot, feed lot, stockyard, and slaughterhouse. So I've tried to be surgical in our recommendation to approve just the essential necessary services that are state mandated to transition immediately, and add 2 layers of protection for the neighborhoods and the residents, not to allow certain uses, and to apply an additional layer of protections if they're ever expanded in by future councils. So with that, council, that's my recommendation. I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I will second it, council member.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second. Any further comments by council members? Okay, let's take a roll call vote, clerk, on the amended motion.
Before we vote, Council President, I do want to point out a couple of things that I think are important for the public. There is a legitimate concern by the business owners that the current municipal code only allows for 90 days for a facility to be empty before it falls into the zoning implication. My understanding is it takes at least 6 months for the planning department and permitting department to approve tenant improvements. That's a legitimate concern that businesses have. I've dealt with that in other areas of the district, but that's an administrative issue that we're gonna have to work through. But I did want to acknowledge that that's one. And I also want to acknowledge again that I'm open to an overlay if and when it's ready for us to consider. So that's also an option going forward. Thank you, Council President.
Clarify what?
The legal non-conforming mixed-use status.
What would you like to clarify?
So illegal mixed-use districts A legal non-conforming use shall not be reestablished in any structure if such legal non-conforming use has ceased for a consecutive 5-year period.
Okay, so it's not 90 days?
Correct.
Thank you, Planning Director. That's very helpful.
Oh, Councilmember Benefield.
I have a couple of questions. Did you want to come up, Mr. Lewis? Well, why don't you come up to, you got to come up to the mic.
What are you asking?
Yeah, he may have a comment that I want to respond to, and then I want to echo here. Want to ask the property owner.
My question is for Councilman Arias. So Councilman Arias, you've introduced documentation that I don't have access to. Is it possible that we can get a copy of your slides so that we understand exactly
Absolutely.
what you're proposing?
Yes,
And
absolutely.
so that we can review it.
Absolutely.
And because I'd like an opportunity, no matter how this vote goes, although I'm still an advocate, I don't want to overstep, but I'm still an advocate for what I'm advocating for, but I would like a copy of the slides and the documentation that you just presented to the public so that our team can review it and respond accordingly. That's
Absolutely.
all I have.
And just for the record, I did submit to the Attorney General this morning at 7:30 that exact motion with those amendments as listed. So, and I'll get you a copy of the rest of the PowerPoint.
Yeah, because I want us to have an opportunity to go through that a little bit. All right.
Okay, I have a question for the attorney representing the property owners.
Okay.
Mr. Kinsey. So are you at all familiar with the motion that's being presented?
We were presented with that yesterday.
Okay.
And we obviously had a chance to take a look at it and react.
Okay, and does this motion meet the needs of your property owners in terms of financing and all the other things you said you can't do as of now?
South of Annandale, no. So north of Annandale, obviously, it's everything they need. But for the properties south of Annandale, it still presents a massive issue with respect to electrification. Those are all industrial warehouses, and unfortunately, they're going to be left in a very uncertain situation. We understand, obviously, that there's an invitation to at least try to negotiate some sort of overlay district. That's something that we've actually tried to do for the last 2 years unsuccessfully, unfortunately. And part of the reason is that the proposed overlay district contemplated that there would be no net increase in energy. Well, that's a problem because we can't electrify without an increase in energy. So it does create practical issues for everybody south of Annandale, and my suspicion is that that they're going to be very disappointed by that they would be very disappointed by a plan of action that bifurcates the properties.
So the overlay, though, would address that, the issues for those businesses?
Not any
not unless they change the energy issue.
Well, there are numerous issues in addition to the fact that it contemplated that we do another CEQA document every time there's a change in use. National tenants aren't going to look at the property if that's the case. So what you have in front of you is a proposal that would work for all of the landowners, including the no expansion, the restrictions in zoning, and what it would do is it would solve all the problems with respect to electrification, upgrading to green infrastructure. If the can is kicked down the road, that's uncertain. It's going to create and exacerbate the same problems that they're already facing. So south of Annandale, it does nothing, and that's a real issue.
How many businesses are affected south of Annandale?
It's certainly in the teens, if not more, maybe in the mid-20s.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
so
correct.
This still leaves them
leaves them high and dry.
Uncertain as to what the future.
Very much so, sir.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Lewis? Reverend? So you said earlier that you don't support this proposal either.
No, I don't. And so since you've already brought up the overlay, I'll go ahead and I was trying to keep the overlay out of today's discussion because it wasn't actually on the agenda. Our hope was that we would, as Councilman Arias said, we don't agree with the application in its current form. Our proposal is the development of the overlay. We have been working for maybe over a year with technical support from Director Jennifer Clark to help us form our ideas into this overlay that we presented to you in email, I think a couple of days ago or so. And our idea behind the overlay, that we believe that the overlay will position these businesses to present themselves if they, as Jennifer would say, it's a menu item. They can choose to use the overlay, and if they choose to use the overlay, then it would allow themselves to present themselves as conforming, and then they would be able to get the funding that they want to get to expand their businesses within those walls without causing additional or increases in some of the areas outlined in the overlay that we believe harm our community. And so I think there is a discussion that may need to be had about energy because we want them to go to energy vehicles, and there may be a discussion that needs to be hammered out. Ms. Clark, I don't want to speak for her, but where we are in the overlay is that the community has agreed with the submitted overlay, and now she's in the process of getting ready to take that out to implementation groups and the community, and we plan to do the same before we come back to you with a decision, or back to Planning Commission with a decision regarding the overlay. But we thought the overlay was a viable solution for this problem. And so does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Jennifer, if I could ask you. So,
Yes, sir.
In terms of the property owners, the overlay issue, is that the feeling that, and I think I heard the lawyer say that might be a solution as well?
So I can't speak for the property owners. Mm-hmm. So I have been working with Pastor Lewis and a number of others to refine what are those specific uses that could be compatible or a reasonable transition from industrial to neighborhood mixed use as is desired in the plan. And so we have been working on identifying those uses. Mr. Kinsey did say one of his concerns is the environmental document that would need to be submitted. It would need to be submitted upon the placing of the overlay, which is one time at the time that the overlay was placed. It wouldn't be with each individual tenant that would be identified for the parcel. It would be a requirement that would be placed or be required at the time that the overlay was placed. Okay. So I don't know that it necessarily addresses all of their concerns, right, but we believe it's a good way to transition from the existing uses to more compatible uses.
What does this, if this passes, what does this do for this potential overlay? If this moves forward, where does that leave all the discussions about the overlay?
So this particular motion would only apply to the northern third of the properties. Right. And so the southern 2/3 of the properties, we can continue down the path of creating the overlay. Again, the overlay is just creating a menu option in the development code, right? So it's just something that could be chosen by the property owners to lay over their property at a future date. So right now the process is creating that menu option to put into the development code that could be applied to this or other parcels in the city in the future.
Okay, and so what kind of timeline would take place that you could address these 2/3 of the southern portion of this? I mean, is this 3 months, 6 months?
So at this time, we believe that the overlay is ready to go back to implementation committees and to Planning Commission. We anticipate that could take 2 to 3 months. Public input, Planning Commission was very very clear that they wanted to have robust public input on the overlay, so we want to make sure that we have plenty of engagement on that. But then as soon as it comes back to council, council adopts it, and within 31 days, the applicants could apply to overlay that onto their property. And that would, could take a few more months after that, but we anticipate that it could be ready before council just in a few months.
Okay. Let me have Mr. Kinsey come back again. Mr. Kinsey? And then I do have a question for Reverend B.T. Lewis as well. So where are you at in terms of this overlay? This moves forward. I'm glad we can help 1/3 of the businesses, but I'm not happy about 2/3 of the businesses not being helped. And then I'm going to speak to Mr. Lewis about what this means for the residents. What's your understanding? Where would this go for the businesses, the 2/3 that aren't being helped with this?
Well, to be clear, you have everything in front of you to act on every single one of these properties today. And the 2/3.
Yeah, that's if they approve the full
Correct.
rezone.
And the 2/3, the conditions of zoning that were drafted by Councilmember Arias are quite good.
Mm-hmm.
What they do is they provide the restrictions that are, I think you said, already in those conditions of zoning. Or I'm sorry, already they were drafted based on the restrictions that are in that overlay district that's being proposed. So you have in front of you the protective tools that you need to be able to provide the community with the assurances that these aren't going to expand, that they're not going to transition to noxious uses. So that shouldn't be controversial at all. So really all this does is kick a can down the road unnecessarily when you have in front of you, I think, a very good, solid document that's been drafted by this council, passed by the city attorney, that does the exact same thing, and that's already been vetted.
So you're saying that the protections that Councilman Arias put in for the residents are already in this plan, correct? For the residents? Is that what you're saying?
That's my understanding based on what Councilmember Arias said.
Except it is not including the other 2/3 south for the businesses?
Correct.
Okay. But I think Reverend Lewis or the community would disagree with that those protections aren't in place.
Well, the main difference is that it requires an environmental document every single time you have a new use. And that's just something that's going to put us back, to where we are, and it's going to be unacceptable to the property owners because national tenants, the GlaxoSmithKlines of the world, the people who you want to occupy these warehouses, they're going to call and they're going to say, hey, what's the process for me to be able to move in? And the answer is going to be, well, you need to do an EIR. And they're going to say, goodbye, we're looking at Visalia. And we don't want that in Fresno.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Mitchell, yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I will be very brief, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
With due respect to Councilman, my district representative, his proposal does not contain all of the factors that we have sacrificed for the last year and a half to put into the overlay. It does not speak to every single issue that we have in that overlay. He has copied some of those, and I commend him for that, but it does not, and I want to be specific and clear, it does not cover the broad spectrum of the overlay that we and the city planning director have been working on. And I just want you to be aware that when you guys do make the vote, as she mentioned, this could be cleared up in less than 4 months possibly for all of the businesses. It gives them access to the monies they say they need. And we are willing to work with them. We have sat and met with them before. We don't want to punish them in any way, but we do not want our community to suffer as a result of this. So his plan does not cover all of the factors that we have placed into the overlay. Okay. Thank you.
And Jennifer, again, sorry to bring you back up. How long have you been working on trying to get this overlay and this all worked out?
Councilmember, we started talking about the overlay early last summer, summer of 2021. We worked on it. I actually drafted an overlay, a potential overlay, and took it to implementation committees over the winter, that we got substantial feedback at that time. So I stepped back from it and revised it. And was continuing to listen to input, and then over the summer we have met a number of times to try to revise it and refine it based on the input that we heard and that the community members who've invested a lot of time, what they've been hearing from the community, to make it a more robust and a stronger document.
Okay, and so Mr. Mitchell feels 4 more months and it can be accomplished.
Well, at this point, we have a draft that's ready for public circulation. It really is about how much engagement and how much time that would take in getting it back before the implementation committees and planning commission. But we anticipate that could be done in a couple of months, 2 to 3 months. And then there would be one application to place that overlay onto the property. Once it's placed, then those conditions apply to the entire overlay area. And so there would be one needed environmental document when the overlay was placed, so not with each individual tenant.
Right, so if this passes today, and we're all optimistic, and this took 3 or 4 months, you're saying if that overlay was successful, it would address the concerns that the residents have and would be able to move the south of Annandale businesses with one shot. Is that what you're saying?
It is intended to be a good crosswalk from what is now to potentially what would be in the future. So will it address absolutely everything? I don't know that I can say with certainty it will address every concern that the residents have, but I think it's a good crosswalk.
Okay. And Councilmember Aris, I want to ask you, I appreciate you've obviously been working on this a long time. You're making an effort at trying to reach a compromise. My concern is what I've shared. The residents still are saying, well, it doesn't quite address all of what we need. And then you've got 2/3 of the southern part that affect many businesses that are still not, their concerns aren't addressed. What say you about that issue?
So I'll tell you, council member, I think you just saw a preview of the complexity of this matter, right?
Right.
Here's what I do know. The overlay that's been drafted so far doesn't have uniform support from the community yet. There's a couple of West Fresno organizations that are not on board yet. It also doesn't have support from the business property owners. The property owners have drafted their own overlay, and I'm sure their version doesn't have the support of the community yet, and I don't think there's been cross-reference quite yet. That, I think, is going to take a few months, to be honest. Every specific plan we've done in the city typically takes a year longer than estimated. And so that's why I'm open to considering that overlay for the remainder of the properties and let that be a permanent fix, assuming we can get consensus from the community and the property owners on that eventual overlay. I think that's a lot of good work that needs to be done over the next few months. In the meantime, though, I don't want to delay these two other portions from getting their financing, starting to order the equipment, because effective 2024, we have to start transitioning to electric trucks. And in my view, the garbage facility, which by definition, from my perspective, is industrial operation and pharmaceuticals, have some of the most truck traffic, and we want to get those up and ready as soon as possible. So that's why I'm trying to be surgical in my attempt to say, let's move forward with all these protections. If there's more protections that the community wants us to consider, we can do that too. But for now, let's move forward with this portion and then have the administration and the planning director meet with the community and the property owners to figure out the overlay for the other 2/3 of the parcels.
Got it. Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Redfield, you're good? All right, next punched up is Councilmember Carbasi.
Thanks, Mr. President. Really great debate. It's helped me a lot evaluate my position. I really mean that. Regarding the compromise measure, is Mr. Oates still in the room? I'm sorry, I'm not there right now. Mr. President?
Yes, I believe Joe is here.
Would you mind having him come up, please?
Sure. He's coming.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Councilmember.
Thank you very much. I apologize, I'm not there in person. I believe the application was a joint application, so I wanted to get the response of you and a couple other folks about the compromise measure and how you feel about that.
We feel that our tenants are essential industry to the overall supply chain and logistics within the economy of Fresno, and we don't feel that it's appropriate to pick winners and losers. You look at the adjacency to Highway 41 and heavy industrial, let's say the overlay does not happen, right? The likelihood and actually viability of housing ever getting built there, we don't think is in the best interest of the city and its residents. So I understand the compromise that we're seeking here. I do think that there's more appropriate areas within the city and specifically within the specific plan area for this type of high density housing. When you look at what goes into costs of housing, part of that is your development costs. So what do you have to do to clean up a site, right? So whether that's through land use, zoning, providing infrastructure, these all just add costs to what we already know is a housing crisis from a cost standpoint. So the feasibility of these buildings turning over to high density residential, it's not a feasible idea. These buildings that we own have a useful life of decades left on them, and we should be able to, one, utilize them in their current form and be able to find new tenants without the rigorous permitting process that what has been laid out. I think it does present a competitive disadvantage for our properties, but for the city overall.
Okay, that answers what I was trying to find out. So you think that the compromise specifically for your tenants and your properties, it puts you at a disadvantage? Just to clarify.
I do.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks.
Is Mr. Audino there as well? Mr. President?
Yep, he's coming down.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And it basically is just the same question, sir.
Hi, thanks for bringing me up and the question. So obviously us not getting the same treatment as our neighbors to the north and Baseto Foods puts us at a huge disadvantage competitively in comparison to those properties and other ones in town. The idea of the overlay district that is going to be a one-size-fits-all for something citywide that's going to take care of our problems while fixing everything across all zoning districts, I think is probably not likely to get done either. So after 3 years of going through this process, we kind of leave with empty pockets. So.
Got it. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Any other members? Need the floor. Councilmember Soria, you punched up.
I have a question. So in terms of the overlay, and this is, I don't know if it's for Jennifer, planning staff. So the overlay would not just be for this 92 acres. It would be a citywide. Can you kind of elaborate on that?
So the way the overlay is designed, the city municipal code has a number of different overlays in it. Some are geographically based, some are based on the type of use that occurs. For example, there's an overlay on the River Bluff, there's an overlay on Kearney Boulevard. There are different overlays within our city that do different things. And essentially, it is a modification or additional standards that are placed on whatever the base land use district is. This is intended, this particular overlay is intended to provide transitional uses for buildings that were built as industrial or business park uses, primarily multi-tenant buildings, but some single-tenant buildings that were rezoned to mixed use over the last 5 to 10 years. And there isn't an immediate demand for those particular locations because there's already an industrial building there. But it does allow for additional uses that would be more compatible with neighborhood mixed use, but would not revert back to an industrial or other type of use, a business park use. So there are a number of locations citywide where it could be applied. So the way an overlay works is it would be applied onto the base zoning. So it's another layer of zoning that goes on top of the existing zoning. And so it would be applied just like you're putting a zoning onto a parcel today, it would be layered on top of that zoning. So the base application that has already been submitted, most of the environmental work has already been done. They'd need to complete potentially a little bit more for this particular case to look at what uses would be occurring on that parcel, and then to apply the overlay through a council action like the one today. So it's a two-step process. We have to create the overlay because we don't have the menu option in the development code, and then they would need to apply to lay it over the top. It would go to Planning Commission and then to this body. You could determine, are we going to let them have everything that's in the overlay, some of the things that are in the overlay? So there could be conditions, again, placed on that rezone. And then once they have that, they would be able to do the things that are within that particular overlay that has been placed on their property.
So the question that I have though, so this is citywide versus kind of a regional? You just mentioned that Kearney
Right, because
and all these.
because this condition occurs in more than one place in the city. This is not something that's unique to one place in our city.
So are you saying that there are probably other people in our city that when we did like either the general plan update and we did the whole rezoning, that they were also impacted, correct? Because I remember, I didn't vote on the general plan, but I was here when all the rezoning happened of the entire city. And I remember a lot of people being surprised. A lot of business owners, small business owners, that they're not paying attention every single Thursday that we meet when we make changes. And that over the course of the last, at least since I've been here, we have, and I think soon after the rezone happened, we had a lot of requests and complaints for the changes that were made, correct? Because this is not new.
Correct.
This is not new.
Okay. Yes, so this would actually provide a path, a transition for multiple properties throughout the city, yes.
So the process in doing a citywide overlay versus just a regional overlay in the area that we're talking about, is that even a possibility, or is there a reason that you and the administration is seeking the avenue of a citywide overlay?
Yeah, so in my opinion, I don't think that we can find that it is only applicable in this geographic area, whereas, say, the River Bluff overlay is only applicable on the River Bluff. I think that there are parcels that citywide that meet this same standard, but however, when the overlay comes to the council for determination, you could decide we're only going to allow the overlay to be used in the Southwest Fresno specific plan area. That could be a determination by the city.
So why would we though? Like, why would you argue to me that we should go the citywide way and fix all the issues that we don't even know? We know we have an issue in front of us, and you're trying to find a citywide solution. And so I'm trying to figure out what the best, vote should be today when you're saying you guys are going for a citywide when we have a specific issue in front of us.
Yeah.
And so even with council members' recommendation, I don't even know where that's going to go. I'd like to know, in terms of the administration, what is it that your intended goal is? Your intended goal go to solve what we have in front of us today, or is your intended goal to go citywide? And it may take, to be honest, I don't think it'll take 4 months. I think it's going to take maybe a year and 4 months.
So
to get
again,
done.
the creation of an overlay does not apply the overlay. So all we're doing is creating a recipe for the menu. That's all we're doing. And that recipe has already been written, and at this point, it's getting input and coming back to Planning Commission and City Council. It was initiated by Planning Commission on June 1st. We've done some more revisions based on feedback that we've heard, and we will be then taking, after direction today, taking it out to the community for input. So the recipe is written. We may need to tweak some of the ingredients in the recipe, but the recipe is written. And so we would bring back the recipe and say, hey, can we add this to the menu that is the development code? And then any property owner within the city who meets the requirements, you were industrial or business park previously, you have an existing structure, you are currently zoned mixed use, you would like to apply this overlay, then you would make that application, you would conduct your environmental review of the impacts of the uses you intend to have on that property. Then it would go to that district committee, then to Planning Commission, then to City Council, before that they could actually get that, order that item off of the menu.
So what you're telling me today is that, okay, so with the proposal that is in front of us, which is Councilmember Arias' proposal.
Yes.
Part of this 92 acres is going to be rezoned, and they're not going to have to worry about this other process. The overlay process, if they choose, once we've adopted this overlay recipe or whatever you guys want to call it, these folks in front of us will have to go apply for an EIR to continue doing the same work that they've been doing there for the last 20 years.
So there are specific standards that are written into this recipe, for lack of a better word. I try to use analogies that are understandable. There are certain standards that are written in that relate to a reduction of impacts, right? So to not increase impacts to surrounding neighborhoods. And so there would need to be an analysis done. There's already been an analysis of the entire 92 acres. Doing the analysis for 60 of those 92 acres really would be just a revision of the document that already exists in most cases, right? And then how that would be applied. I heard today that there potentially could be some changes related to energy use because everyone is wanting us to transition to a cleaner fueling system, whether that's moving away from diesel or CNG to electric. And so that could impact energy usage on the property, and therefore we may need to do a few more tweaks to the proposal that was presented to Planning Commission. So as soon as the City Council approves it, they could apply to overlay that onto the other 60 acres.
Director, thank you for that. I think my colleagues just got a preview of the complexity of an overlay, and we are yet even to see it in writing, so it's pretty complicated. But I do want to do this, though. I want to respect the fact the community wants to proceed with an overlay, and we are not addressing, at least my motion now doesn't address the 2/3 of the remaining businesses. So I would like to amend my motion to include direction to the city staff to return in 90 days with the proposed draft overlay that has community and property owner support, so the council can consider an overlay for the remaining parcels.
Might I make a point?
Sure.
Yeah.
Still have them, but go ahead.
Okay. I would request that this overlay, as Jennifer outlined, is a one-shot deal. It doesn't have to be addressed with each business. I want to address the concerns that the residents have and the other businesses, the 2/3 that are not being included in this today, and the council will make a decision, whatever the parameters of that overlay will be. If they don't have agreement with it, the council will make the determination exactly what will be encompassed in that overlay.
Council member, I think we're on the same page. I just want to go deeper into the overlay because it's not on the agenda, and I don't want to get us in trouble.
We're not going to get into the overlay, but I think this is part of your motion, which is we're going to define what we want to come back. Because I'm not comfortable leaving the South
agree.
Annandale businesses and also, these residents just kind of hanging here.
The way I envision it is that after a few weeks of, redrafting, meetings between the applicants and the community, that staff can come forward with a draft that addresses everything that we've discussed today, and that we have something through.
Can we have Jennifer just come up? Because I want to make sure that we're all on the same page and your motion is clear. Do you want to say anything, Miguel? Because the overlay I'm talking about, I want you to see that you can work out. I know you've been working a long time on this, but the overlay would be where all the businesses are included. They don't each have to come back, and the best that you can get with the concerns addressed. And then the council will determine whatever that overlay will be if there's not a consensus.
Ultimately, yes, the council would make the determination of what was in or not in the overlay as long, yes. You know, we have done our best to kind of thread the needle between the needs of the businesses and the concerns of the community. And coming back in 90 days with support from everyone. I am a little bit anxious about that. I can absolutely bring a draft back, and through the process in 90 days, I don't know that I can commit to having complete support of everyone.
And I actually want to reiterate that that was my concern. We will come back in 90 days, but I cannot guarantee that everybody will, we will come back with something in 90 days. We cannot guarantee that we are going to get the residents and the businesses to agree in 90 days. We'll do our best, but we can't commit.
Understood. I just know that we've been working on this overlay for a year and a half. So at some point, I think we already know what community wants in it, what property owners have an issue with. So it's just a matter of telling us, presenting to us, and maybe it can be in the form of a memo that you present to us, the draft overlay, before we have and we can have a discussion in the form of a workshop. I don't know, but I want to give some level of assurance that we will have this discussion and close the final chapter on this book.
Last question that I had, maybe for you, Director. I'm just out of curiosity. Would you recommend, I guess, ever to us to put housing adjacent to a waste facility, or on a property that was formerly a waste facility?
That is a very difficult question, right? So I do have angst about having residential adjacent to existing uses. So putting new residential uses next to in industrial or other facilities does concern me. And having those buffers is really important. So we've worked really hard in another area to try and identify what those buffers would be for new uses coming in to an area. So neighborhood mixed use does concern me because of the potential for residential uses to go in that property. Southwest Specific Plan Policy actually called for office in that area, and I'm not, I know at some point that there was a choice made to move toward neighborhood mixed use, but I think that there need to be protections put in place. I do know that there is case law that allows for residential to go in after, even under CEQA, and I cannot quote the case, but it came out a few years ago adjacent to a dairy. So there was the ability to put the residential after the industrial, but I think it's probably better to find a better transitional use, and that's really what we're trying to do with the overlay.
Yeah, and I think, and I just bring that up because I know that folks have mentioned the fact that we are down zoning or eliminating some of the housing units that I guess we intended to potentially have out there that as a potential
I think there was a hope that over time that would transition.
But I don't know. It would be tough for me to support to put housing on top of a, what would have been formerly a garbage facility. And, I represent an area too that is along the 99 corridor, and there's a lot of, business parks. I have Vulcan right in the smack middle of, it's right next to the freeway, but also there's residential and light industrial right around it. And so I understand the concerns of the community, but I also, I want to also make sure that when we are looking at plans, and I may have, I did, as Dr. Curry mentioned, supported the specific plan. I didn't go and surgically look at every, parcel to look at, that it was neighborhood mixed use versus office. I think I would have probably rathered have office because the transition isn't as dramatic. But I think that we also have to be, realistic about talking about the housing aspect of it, because I know that that's a big issue and that we should want more housing being developed in Southwest Fresno, but I think that there are more appropriate places in the Southwest area to build either the single-family housing or multifamily housing. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Any further council members wish to comment or ask questions?
Thank you all for coming and engaging in this complicated conversation.
City Attorney, you had an announcement?
Just wanted to announce that I needed to make a correction to the agenda. The resolution for the plan amendment and the bill for the rezone today are stated as being subject to mayor's veto. They are not, and the authority for that is in the charter in section 605C2. They are not subject to mayor's veto. Thank you.
Okay. All right, clerk, I think we're ready for a roll call vote on the motion.
All right. This was a motion to approve as amended by Councilmember Arias, second by Vice President Maxwell, 10 o'clock, number 3. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Carbasi.
City Clerk,
Yes.
you also have as part of the motion, bringing back the overlay.
Bringing back overlay 90 days, yes. Carbasi. Councilmember Carbasi. I'm sorry, was that?
Yes, Todd.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
7-0.
Thank you all.
All right, that concludes 10 a.m. number 3. We're going to move on to the 10 a.m. number 4. This is a CFD in District 1. Go ahead and open up the hearing at this time. I do have one card for Emily Brandt here in the chamber. Emily, are you with us? Okay. Anyone on Zoom? Let's see here. Okay, we have 3 speakers. First is Lisa Flores.
I am sorry. That was accidental when I moved my iPad. Sorry.
No worries. Okay, we have 2 more speakers on the 10 a.m. item number 4, CFD in District 1. Next speaker is Michael Lynn Lewis.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that my hand was raised. I have nothing to say about this.
Yeah, no worries. Last hand on Zoom is going to be Michelle Dews. Michelle? Yeah, okay, all right, I see the hands down now. All right, so no speakers on Zoom. I don't see anyone in the chamber. I will go ahead and close the public hearing on this CFD. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Clerk, please call the roll on the 10 a.m. item number 4.
As motion to approve by Councilmember Arias, second by Vice President Maxwell. Councilmember Soria. Thank you. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
All right, moving on to the 10:05 a.m. Joint meeting with the Fresno Joint Powers Financing Authority. We need the mayor here for this one. Is he around?
He will be here in just a moment.
All right. City attorney, well, these hearings have to be separate hearings in their own right? Okay, and then the resolutions have to be approved separately as well? These all seem related, that's why I asked.
You can take the two JPA items together if you'd like.
What was that?
You could
Do
take
that.
the two JPA.
The items can
items
be,
together.
okay.
The mayor's here.
Okay, and then, is it just these 3 members voting, or the whole council voting on these 4 items?
Just the 3, I think.
So for the JPA, it's the 3 members, and
Yeah.
for the other ones, it's the council.
Sorry, one more time?
So for the JPA, it would be the 3 members.
Okay, so let's see here. I see 2, so A is a hearing, B is a hearing. So those would be strictly hearings, or are A and B also action items?
I'm going to defer to Raj right now. He can answer these.
All right, so Raj, my
Council
questions
President.
are A and B just hearings, or is there action
So A and
and
B are
votes?
hearings and action items. You can
Okay.
take them together. And then for C and D, they are also action items and you can take them together. The first 2 are JPA items, so the voting members are going to be the members of the JPA. The second 2 are for the council as a body.
Okay, so let's go ahead and open the hearings for both A and B. These are the PFA actions. A is hearing to adopt a resolution designating and authorizing certain finance officers of the city to take certain actions as required for prudent financial administration and safekeeping of the FJPFA funds and property. Hearing B is the hearing to adopt a resolution designating and authorizing certain finance officers of the city to deposit and withdraw funds into and out of the local agency investment funds. So we'll go ahead and open that hearing at this point for any folks who wish to publicly comment. Seeing no one on Zoom, seeing no one in the chamber, we'll go ahead and close public comments, and I'll turn it over to the members, which are Mayor Dyer, Councilmember Bredefeld, and Councilmember Carbasi.
Do you want a staff presentation?
No, I'm prepared to make a motion. And can we make a motion for both of them, Raj?
Yeah.
Yes, I make a motion to approve A and B.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second.
We have to do.
Roll call vote. Roll call vote for the 3 of them, please.
All right. Member Dyer.
Yes.
Thank you. Member Carbasi.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Member Bredefeld.
Yes.
All right, passes 3-0.
Mayor, what did it feel like to vote?
Yeah, how'd you feel, Mayor?
I'm glad I didn't have to vote on the last time.
Someone get this guy a gold sticker. All right, let's move on to the C and D. I'll go ahead and open public comments for C and D. The first one is a resolution authorizing certain finance officers of the city of Fresno to sign city checks and various investment and commercial banking documents, and to provide verbal instruction required for the prudent financial administration and safekeeping of city funds. Resolution D is consenting to and authorizing investment of monies in the local agency investment funds in the custody of the state treasurer for purposes of investment, and authorizing certain finance officers in connection therewith. So I'll make a motion to, okay, we have a motion. I'll second that for C and D, both those resolutions. But actually, yeah, we will go out to the public on both of those. So any public comments on parts C or D of the JPFA actions? Seeing no one in the chamber, seeing no one on Zoom, we'll close public comments. Clerk, if we could take a roll call of the full council on that motion to approve C and D.
Motion to approve C and D by Vice President Maxwell, second by Council President Esparza. Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
That passes 7-0.
All right, but wait, there's one more thing. This one is 3A, It's a report, a progress of code enforcement, including the asset quarterly report, and that'll be presented by our code enforcement division. This is the last public item of the meeting.
Good afternoon, Council President, Council members, Mayor, City Manager. This is Erica Camarena, Chief Assistant City Attorney, Division of Code Enforcement. And yes, the item before you today is our quarterly report, and it's hard to believe that it's already been 4 months since we were here before giving you our last report. So we'll try to go through this briefly. I will begin with just an update on our community compliance unit. You may be aware that our former manager overseeing community compliance, Tim Burns, has recently retired, and so we have filled his position with our interim manager, Anna Manzula, who is sitting over there in purple. And so this team currently is working 2,169 open and active cases. And Brianna, do you mind flipping the slide, please? Can you, is it just this one? I can, I guess, just go ahead and start talking. As indicated, the Community Compliance Division is currently handling 2,169 open cases, and as the next slide will show, Council District 3 is still in the lead for the most cases that we're currently handling. Oops, sorry. The Community Compliance team also continues to work with the Homeless Assistance Response Team, HART, with the transition of encampment enforcement, and so far that has been working out really well. The Community Compliance Division also has the Commercial Vacant Building Team, which currently has 40 vacant building cases, and our officers continue to work with those property owners to educate them and work with them to gain compliance. Next is our special teams, and we'll begin by talking about the school area team, also referred to as SAT. Since our last code report, this team has gone in and completed inspections in 8 different school areas, including Walters, Holland, Yakomi, Fig Garden, Tilly, Steinbach Central, McKinley, El Capitan, and Soroyan. They've also begun enforcement and inspections in 4 additional school areas, including Columbia, Heaton, Vang Bao, Sequoia, and Wishon McLean. This is just an overlay map illustrating all the areas in Fresno that the SAT school area team has covered in Fresno. And they continue to do a lot of community outreach and hold landlord forums, including Fresno trailer events, and a lot of engagement with the community. The SAT really enjoys working with each of the council members' offices and participating in a lot of the events that you all sponsor. And just this past quarter, they were able to participate in the Back to School block party at T Community Center, as well as the Under the Sea Tropical Island Community event in Councilmember Maxwell's district. These are just a couple of examples that SAT successful cases that they worked on. These are just before and after pictures of a home in District 1 where there was a lot of overgrown brush, obviously in this before photo that created a fire hazard at that home. With the assistance of SAT, the property owner was able to bring that into compliance. This is another example in District 3 of illegal additions on this home, which included tarps, and there were no addresses visible for the fire department in the event of an emergency. And working with the property owner, SAT was able to get these owners to comply. Next is our abatement team. And since our last code report, our abatement team has completed 168 abatements, including board ups, the abatement of tall grass and weeds, as well as cleaning up a lot of junk and rubbish. And this is just one example in District 1, before and after pictures of a property that, as you can see, had a lot of junk and rubbish, and they were able to clear that up. And this is just one other example of our abatement team's great work in eliminating the fire hazard with this overgrown weeds in District 2. Moving on to our demolition team. They have, in this past quarter, completed 5 demolitions. 2 of those demolitions were completed directly by the city, and the other 3 were completed by the property owners with, of course, motivation by our department. And then our tire team, as referenced this morning by Council President Esparza, we did have a very successful tire amnesty event this past Saturday where they collected 1,169 tires. So with the collection of those tires just this past Saturday, the total number of tires collected just within these past 4 months is 6,070 tires. The tire team also conducts their inspections of tire facilities and have completed 120 of those in this last quarter. Our illegal dumping team, as you know, has been getting a lot of attention. In fact, we just got an email today from the city of Clovis reaching out, wanting us to educate them on our program. So we're really excited about that. It is a successful program, and we're very proud of that program. And since our last report, the illegal dumping team has issued 37 citations, and we still monitor the 17 covert cameras that we have placed throughout the city, including the 1 solar camera that we were able to obtain within this last quarter, and they've all returned very successful results. And because of the success of the illegal dumping team, as you may be aware, just this past Monday, ABC 30 did run a story on the program. It was ABC 30 Action News, and basically the program was to educate the public about the problems that we face with illegal dumping, as well as educate them about the ramifications associated with that illegal dumping. This particular slide was featured in that story. And so as you can see, there were 2 subjects who not only were violating the law by illegally dumping, but they were doing it while riding in a stolen vehicle. So working with the Fresno Police Department, we were able to identify both of these subjects as well as recover that stolen vehicle. So not only are they facing a $1,000 fine from our department, they are now facing criminal charges by the police department. So at this time, we will segue into our rental housing and asset updates. And as you know, this morning, our rental housing division is managed by the one and only legendary Lifetime Award-winning Randy Calvert. And Christina Roberson, Assistant City Attorney, will come in and update you on the rental housing successes as well as the legal team's successes. Christina?
Good afternoon, everybody. Christina Roberson, Assistant City Attorney. Let me see. All right, so I will start with rental housing. Our asset team currently has 12 open cases in 137 units. Our reactive unit remains extremely busy. They have 303 active cases, and they have closed 599 cases since June 1st. So it's a huge amount of work that team is doing, and that's really successful and also just a lot. Moving on to a few of those before and afters from asset. The first property I'm featuring here is 937 through 945 F Street. This was actually initially referred to rental housing through the eviction protection program. So it's a great example of different code enforcement units working together. Asset completed inspections of all units in August and September, and the most urgent crucial items have been handled, including smoke detectors and illegal electrical wires. There are additional violations that remain, however. Moving on to the next property, 3978 East Callaway. This case was initially opened as a motel, but became an asset case, again, due to the nature of the violations. A notice and order was issued about a year ago, actually, on September 13th, 2021, for 181 violations. Since then, the property owner has signed a compliance agreement, and he's moving forward with submitting plans for 12 multifamily units on the second floor and commercial properties on the bottom floor. So that proposal is under review by the planning department.
City Attorney, out of curiosity, do they still have people living there as they're, submitting plans, or
They
is
do
it completely
not.
vacant?
That one is vacant.
Thank you.
Also in rental housing, we have our proactive rental housing inspection team, and they're making great progress. To date, inspectors have conducted more than 15,873 inspections, mostly in-person inspections at this point, though virtual inspections are used when necessary. Additionally, the team has billed $974,300 for baseline inspections and collected $833,300 of that, which is an 85% collection rate since the inception of the program. So we just wanted to highlight that because that's almost $1 million that has come in from these inspections. Moving on to mobile home parks. As you know, there are currently 27 parks with 3,754 spaces throughout the city. The map's a little small, but you can see sort of that they're spread out pretty much throughout. Council approved additional mobile home park team members in June, so the team is focused on hiring and training new inspectors. The team has conducted approximately 342 initial inspections with 733 scheduled by the end of this year. Approximately 200 notices of violations have been issued.
City Attorney, can you pause there for a minute?
Yes.
Those mobile home parks are of interest for me. In general terms, how would you define the condition of these mobile home parks from an A to an F so far?
So we have had during the process of taking over mobile home parks, we have gotten eyes on every mobile home park in the city, and we do have kind of a loose ranking of them. Overall, I think, and I can kind of defer to our rental housing manager, but overall it appears that the parks are in relatively good condition as a whole. However, there are a few outliers. There's been inspections and we are working on those. I'm not going to say that they are in perfect condition throughout the city, but that's what the team is focusing on.
Which one would be the outliers?
Well, when we took over, Trails End Mobile Home Park was an outlier. I actually have some after photos on that one in a minute. There is another park.
Would you describe that as the worst one in the city?
I know which one. I was looking for the district. Trails End used to be the worst one. I would say probably not anymore. I'm looking for which district it's in. I think it's in District 7. Westfall Mobile Home Park was another one of the ones that was in particularly bad condition. We have done a full maintenance inspection on that park, and there's been significant progress with removal of junk, rubbish, illegal additions, and a number of other things. So we are trying to target some of the worst, but there's definitely a lot of work throughout the city.
Thank you.
So, as I just mentioned, I do have some after photos from Trails End. Speaking of Trails End, on September 29th, the court approved the discharge of the receiver, and it is my understanding that the sale of the park has closed. So one of the a main problem in Trails End initially was the condition of the roads. Those, as you can see, have been repaved. Some of the really problematic areas have been repaired. Overall, all of the health and safety violations that are park-wide have been resolved. And again, the court found that the receiver, it was time for the receiver to be discharged. I also mentioned Westfall Mobile Home Park, District 7. This one had a maintenance inspection conducted in May of this year. Re-inspections were conducted in August and September. As I said, this one's a work in progress, but a lot of the junk, rubbish, combustible materials have been removed from individual lots. Moving on to our legal team, I just wanted to highlight a couple of our programs. The ABCUP inspection program, our legal investigator has completed inspections of all of the retail establishments with a Type 20 or 21 license, excluding large retail stores like Target, Walmart, and other large grocery stores. In total, the inspections were at 329 stores. Our investigator issued 55 notices of violations and 3 citations. So he has completed those inspections. Regarding the eviction protection program, just a few highlights there. As of today, we've received 1,163 total inquiries into the program. 675 of those have been referred to outside counsel. Here are some of the outcomes reported by our outside counsel as of September 14th. There have been 55 cases where unlawful detainers were prevented from moving forward, 35 cases where the tenant was able to remain in their home, 14 cases where money owed to the landlord was reduced, and 4 stopped lockouts, which are pretty significant to be able to stop a lockout. So other than that, our legal team remains extremely busy with warrants and receiverships and research projects. And we also have been really dedicating one of our attorneys to the mobile home park team because of the amount of work in that area. So I know our other 2 attorneys are pretty slammed. But other than that, that concludes my report, and I just am here if there's any questions.
Thank you, Christina. Any questions by council?
If I may just simply say that you're doing a great job. I've been completely impressed with your whole team, from code enforcement to eviction protection to every other assignment we give you all. And because you guys are doing such a good job, we're probably going to give you more work. So
we always anticipate that.
Anticipate some of the housing money going your way with some additional duties assigned, because housing is a significant crisis for us, and you guys are part of our great offensive strategy to make sure that more people don't end up in the streets. So keep up the good work.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. That'll conclude the open session portion of the meeting. We'll head into closed session. I believe we have 3 items. City Attorney, if you wouldn't mind reading those off.
In closed session today, we have conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Alexa Smith versus City of Fresno. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association versus City of Fresno. The 3rd item is consider public employee appointment, city attorney. And for this matter, I need to recuse myself from closed session, item 5C, because of a conflict of interest under the Political Reform Act. We do not expect any reportable items after closed session. Thank you.